All right. Hello, everyone. Shalom, everybody. I hope my voice is coming good from your side. Let me know, please, if you have any difficulty. Happy Saturday or even Sunday for those who live in Asia. Already they are on Sunday. As you see, the title of our topic today kind of unusual. So the topic will give you some idea about the Middle East and how things work there. And in the same time, we will ask Christians who live in the Middle East some questions. Maybe they will take attention and notice what is right and what is wrong. You know, lately I start noticing in Arabic medias, which is usually owned by Muslims, that when they have interview with any of those, we can call them Christian leaders in the Middle East, suddenly when they speak about Israel, they say the Israeli enemy. And you know, I find it very funny to hear such a statement. Very funny, you know, extremely funny. So let me see what I can put for you on the screen. All right, this one will do. On the screen, you will see a bunch of guys, and in fact, they represent the Christian Lebanese leaders, if we can call, you know, some of them leaders. The first one on the left, he is the leader of the Lebanese forces, which is a Christian Lebanese forces. They fought during the war with Muslims. The guy next to him, he was the president of Lebanon. And the one after him is the patriarch in Lebanon. And the one after him, he was the head of the army in Lebanon, and later he became president. And the last one in the corner, in the right side of the picture, he is a son of a previous president who is, for sure, all of them, they are Christians, just remember that. And then each one of them, when he speak about Israel, they say the Israeli enemy. And I want to know, and if there is any Lebanese Christians, if they can let me know, why in the world you are calling Israel as an enemy? If we ask any of them, who is the one who took your churches? Who is the one who kidnapped your kids? Who is the one who shot and burned your churches? Who is the one who used to kill your children in the street just because they have a Christian name? Who is the one who took your land? Who is the one who don't even allow you now to have a president? Who is the one just 2 years ago they attack you and they start burning your cars? And then the Christian, you know, the young Christian Lebanese, they stood against them and they killed 7 of Hezbollah. So who is the one really is your enemy? If now you go at war again with those terrorists, and all of us we knew that Muslim Sunni or Muslim Shia, both of them, they wish they can burn you alive. So if you go right now at war with any group of them, which is very possible any second, any moment, who is going to be the one who help you? Saudi Arabia? Qatar? Emirat? Or the one who helped you already during the previous war, which is called Israel? Do we have short memory? Who is the one who supported you during the previous war? Israel. Why in the world you are calling the Israeli your enemy? Are you practicing taqiyya? Do any of you believe that the Israeli took the land of the Muslims? or the Muslim, they took your land and their land. How many hypocrite of you dare to say that Israel took the land of anybody? How many of you dare to say the truth, that those who you call them Muslims leaders in Lebanon, they are nothing but your enemy who took your land and their occupation? Every inch of Lebanon is a Christian land. Every town in Lebanon have a Christian name. How in the world you go on TV and you say the Israeli enemy? Right now, Israel is doing you a great favor. That coward, number 2 from the right of the picture, his name is Michel Aoun, he is desperate to become a president. He went and he spoke in the front of the Congress in USA to help him to become a president. And what the excuse was, help me because I want to kick the ass of Hezbollah. The American, they ignored him. So he went back to Lebanon and he started kissing the ass of the Syrian and Hezbollah. And then he made an agreement with them. Make me a president, you can keep your weapon and I will never speak against you. So they made him president and he became like a sex toy in their hand. So can we call this guy a Christian leader? In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, and because of him, Lebanon today is what it is. The last one, his father was a president in Lebanon, but he was a sex toy in the hand of the Syrian president. It's like now, you know, in all those countries belong to Russia. Like Kadyrov, you know, Kadyrov, he claimed to be a president, claimed to be a hero. In fact, he is just a sex toy in the hand of Putin. He used it to put it in the butt of anybody. So in order to be president, they are willing to sell themselves to the devil. They sell the Christians, they sell their own country. They just want to be in a position. It doesn't matter what else, you know, all what they want is to be rich, to become president, and you know, and Hezbollah take over our land. So the last two in the table here, you see them, those, they were the dummies of Hezbollah. Hezbollah right now, actually, in the last 2 years, was trying to make the one you see him at the end of the corner from the right side, remember, the far away in the picture, they were trying to make him a president of Lebanon. Why? Because he is a sex toy in their hand. He's the same as his father. And then the last three in the table, let us say those are the Christians, hardcore Christians. And during the war, they were supported by Israel. And everybody knows that. It's not a secret. Anyone who is here from Lebanon, he knew exactly what I'm talking about. It's a shame that we are Christians and we will practice taqiyya the same as the Shia and the same as the Muslim Sunni. So what I see that now, those Christians, they are practicing taqiyya. So they call Israel an enemy. But we know that maybe tomorrow you will call Israel asking for help, asking for a weapon. If any of them have little dignity, they should make a statues of Netanyahu in the heart of Beirut. Hezbollah is arming itself to their teeth. Who is of the Lebanese today is able to free themselves from Iran? Nobody. They don't have the enough weapon. They don't have, I mean, the Christians are armed, but they have, like, you know, I mean, rifles, grenade, maybe RPG, you know, I mean, you know, they have, but not like Hezbollah. Hezbollah now, they have long range ballistic missiles. They have all kind. They have drones. I mean, they have an army weapon. They don't have the weapon of militants. So every bullet that Israeli right now is shooting is to save your ass. Hezbollah now is very weak. If Hezbollah is not fighting with Israel, all those weapons will be used against you. Just 2 years ago, the filthy Nasrallah, remember Christians, you can go check the video right now. The filthy Nasrallah, he threatened the Christians in the east of Beirut that, listen, watch carefully, I have 100,000 fighters and hundreds of thousands of rockets and missiles. So he threatened to do genocide to the Christians, and this is after they killed 7 of Hezbollah who they attack east of Beirut. Hezbollah at that time did not dare to attack because I believe they are not ready for that day. They want to use Israel as an excuse to build up their army, and nobody can question why. I mean, come on, they want to fight Israel. But in reality, the whole idea is that Iran want to take over all this territory and make it an Islamic Republic of Iran. All of them belong to the Shia mullahs and to control the land. The one we see in the left, he's a very smart person. I have no question about that. And I understand he is under pressure, like, you know, the whole atmosphere around them is Muslims. But we have to be careful, and I hope he is, that when time comes and you need help, the only friend you have is Israel. The Muslim, they might help you against Muslims, which is very normal, but not because they like you, not because they believe in you, not because they want you to have your country. They will never let you have it. As an example, Saudi Arabia, during the war between the Christians and the Muslims, in certain time they were sending arms to the Lebanese forces. But that because they were fighting Hezbollah, not because they like you. Now we can say the same about Israel. However, there's a huge difference. Israel don't want to take Lebanon. The Muslim, they want to take Lebanon forever. You call them Saudi, you call them Emirat, you call them Bahrain, you call them Qatar, all of them, they wish to finish all the Christians in the Middle East. So the only one we can say we can have a good neighbor, plus all of them, they read their Bible every day supposedly, and they knew that their Bible says it clearly that this is the land of the Jews. I'm talking about Israel. So this is their land, and those are the only legitimate neighbors you have. The rest are not your neighbors, and they are not your friends, and they are their enemy, and they killed tens of thousands of you. Until now, there's a Christians during the war are missing. Nobody knows where they're gone. Kidnapped, and they are gone. Hezbollah kidnapped hundreds of a priest and assassinate same number. They go to a monastery where priests or monks are exist, they just shoot them in the head. This is the truth. So you might carry a cross, you might call for freedom, but talk is different from action. In order to have your freedom, you know, we are talking about everybody holding arms. As you see, Hezbollah, I mean, Israel is bombing them for the last, what, a month? Until now they have weapon. So how much weapon they have? How much weapon they have? Until now they are shooting rockets at Israel. All those rockets are going to be in the head of you, on the top of your churches. So why in the world any one of you will call Israel an Israeli enemy? Give me a reason. The cross you see here, this is the Lebanese forces cross. This is the cross of the Lebanese armed forces. Very powerful fighters. You know, the Muslim, especially Hezbollah, they used to attack the Christian lines by thousands. You know what thousand mean? Thousands. And only few Christians on the line, not because there is not many Christians to fight, no, but few Christians are enough to stop them. They never pass the line. They could not even pass the line. With all the weapons they have, all the armed forces they have, all the massive number of fighters they have, they could not pass the red line between them and the Christians because of those guys. And every one of those guys, they knew very much how much was Israel helping them during that war. For us as a Christians in the Middle East, we know who is the enemy. We know who is the one who took our land. We know who is the one who took our churches. We know. We are not ignorant. We are not stupid. We know. In 1860, the Muslims, they did genocide in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Turkey. Not only for the Armenians. Tens and hundreds of thousands being slaughtered just because they are Christians. Did we forget? And then every few years after, we have another genocide. The last one done by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And you see now, because there is oil and etc., America came not to protect the Iraqi or to protect, no, but to protect their, benefit. But before, there's no America to protect the oil. They are not coming to protect the Christians. America never moved anywhere to protect the Christian. In fact, America always support the Muslim terrorists. This is what they did in Bosnia. This is what they did against Serbia. Always they support the terrorist. Obama sent more than $600 million to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. In fact, just a week ago, I saw in the news a guy from Syria was sent they give him more than $200 million. Imagine. Supposedly, according to the American agencies, he is going to spend the money for charity, for food, for the Syrian refugees in Syria, which is nothing but terrorists. That is America. That's always America. A country who support your enemy. Do you know why? Because your enemy is more important to America than you. You became a puppy. Nobody hear your voice. All of them, they have arms, you don't. All of them, they have armies, you don't. Which means all of them, they have voices, but you don't. The Kurdish in Syria, everybody hear their voice. Why? Because they arm themselves. You don't arm yourself, nobody care for you. Have you ever heard of even Trump saying once, we want to save the Christians in Syria? Never. Or we want to save the Christians in Iraq? Never. What about the previous president? The same. Obama. What about George Bush? The same. Nobody care for the Christians. Which European country want to save the Christians? If you go to any European embassy to apply for a visa, if you are a Christian, you will be rejected. If you have a long beard, they will give you a visa right away. Why? Because all those who work in their embassies are Muslims. The French embassy are Muslims. Netherlands embassy are Muslims. Belgium embassy are Muslims. The Christians are the one who need help. You are left alone. Nobody cares for you. The only one who can help you is Israel. The Pope, just a few days ago, he was asking the international court to check if Israel committed genocide. The Pope did not speak about you being genocide. Never. But he's worried about Hamas. The Pope sold you out. He's a puppy for the Muslims. Putin, he sold you out. He invite Hamas, the one who want to kill your children. He invite them to the Kremlin. Did he invite you? When the last time you invited by Putin? He don't care for you. Do you know why? Because you became so peaceful and you have no armed forces and you have no army. They care only for terrorists. Is Hamas more powerful than you? We know the fact, it's not true. But because they are criminals. Criminals, everybody mentioned their name. You are peaceful. You are peaceful and you decide not to fight, you decide not to be part of the resistance. And now in the top of that, you are calling the only friend who can help you enemy. Are you digging your grave? Is that what you want? What we should do, I don't know if you are Lebanese or Christian. Well, you start communicating with the Israeli. You start communicating with the Israeli. Those are the Christian fighters before they go to war. Many young men, they died, and women actually. Because in this war, Christian women, they joined the war too. Those are real warriors. Those are not potatoes. And the Muslim, they knew that. If I am in Lebanon, I should know that only the one person or one country can be a help and real assistant for me is Israel. Yesterday, 48 hours ago, the Israeli army entered a town in south of Lebanon. It's called Deir Mimas. All the town are Christians. Did they harm anybody? No. Anyone get killed? Not a single person. Did they destroy any house? Never. Never, never. Do you know why? Because you are not their enemy. Then the stupid mayor of the town, when he called the Islamic TV owned by Saudi Arabia, they asked him about the town, what's going on. He said the Israeli enemy entered our town. And I could not believe it, that a Christian man, he is saying that Israel, they just did not touch you. They did not touch a single person in the town. They did not even ask them to leave the town. We know that every other town, they ask him to leave immediately. Which means every Christian right now in that town is staying in his home. Why they are your enemy? Give me a reason. They armed you. They support you. They never been against you. How they become your enemy? So I don't know how many Christians are listening. I don't care if you are from Lebanon or Egypt or Syria, or you better know the facts that the real enemy is the one who took your churches. This is a Christian women from the Lebanese forces. We don't know if this woman she's still alive or she died because she went to war. But you know, we are seeing pictures on the internet. Brave women, they took their weapon and they went to fight. They went to the front line. And I say to you, you know, those are not potatoes. You know, those are real warriors. They fear no death. You see those Hezbollah, they shout Allahu Akbar. The second they see them, they make poo-poo in their pant. You can ask anyone. Those are not the one you can play with them. Don't even get close to them. You fear who? We fear nobody. So if the leaders who speak in TV, they have to be hypocrite because they live in a, let us say, atmosphere surrounded by Muslims. You know, I like, okay, I understand how politics work. But you Christians in the ground, you should know and you should talk to your leaders. Tell them, you want to play taqiyya and politics, we understand. But we don't believe that Israel is our enemy. In fact, the day we need friends and we need help is going to be Israel. For they are right away in the border. And their enemy, your enemy. They knew that very well. In fact, if now the Christian, they say to Israel, arm us, Israel will be so happy to do so. When the Muslims attacked the Christians in Lebanon, you know, those Christians, they wear fashion clothes. I mean, Lebanon used to be like way better than France. I mean, what France? France is nothing compared to Lebanon. A salary of a Lebanese guy is 3-4 times more than someone who live in Europe. I'm not joking with you. A Lebanese guy, if his son at teenage, he want to have a, you know, a car, and you buy him like a, you know, a Peugeot, he get upset. Peugeot, you know, they were very spoiled. They have a lot of money, and the Muslims came, and the Muslim Palestinian came, and they start taking over the country. To the point, Yasser Arafat, you believe it or not, he received in the airport of Beirut Castro, the president of Cuba, in Lebanon, and the Lebanese president, he have no idea who's in the airport. The Christian Lebanese president, he do not know what's going on. A foreign president coming from different country, from South America, a communist country, coming to Lebanon. The terrorist Yasser Arafat, because they become a state like a state, in the state, like Hezbollah right now. What happened now, that the Israeli themselves, they are the one who free Lebanon from the terrorist Yasser Arafat. And now they are repeating the same thing. They are freeing Lebanon from the terrorists of Hezbollah. So Yasser Arafat, he controlled the whole territory. They are not even from that land. They are supposed to be refugee. They control the airport. Whoever want to come to the airport, they hijack airplanes in the airport. They, you know, force tax for their benefit. They control the port, and thanks to Israel, they came and they helped the Christians to get rid of them. At that time, the Christians and Israel, they were able to kick, you know, Yasser Arafat out of Lebanon. And now Israel is repeating the same thing, doing you a favor. So take advantage of that. If not this war between the filthy Hezbollah and the Israeli, who is going to get rid of Hezbollah? They became so powerful. They are receiving weapons in a massive way from Iran. They became international, actually, not only Lebanon. Hezbollah Iraq, Hezbollah Syria, Hezbollah Yemen, Hezbollah in Nigeria, Hezbollah South. I mean, even in South Africa, they have Hezbollah. They have even training camps in South America. So would be, very thankful for Israel. So why you want to call Israel an enemy? We have to say the truth that Israel is not our enemy. Somebody saying the Christian Lebanese are a minority. No, that's false. There's more than 20 million Christian Lebanese abroad. Not only the Christians are inside. They are not minority and they will never be. So if you are a Christian from Lebanon or from Syria or from Iraq, or don't go and be stupid, copy paste what you hear in TV. Israeli are not your enemy. Your book, your Bible says it clearly, this is the land of the Jews. Every single prophet you have in your book is a Jewish prophet. Every single one of them. All the disciples of Jesus, they are Jews. Mary, Joseph, Paul, Peter, John. So don't deny your book and don't deny your Lord. When you say that they are occupying that land, you are being a hypocrite and you are being antichrist. For you just denied what the Bible teach. You just denied what Jesus said. So not only you are selling your soul to the devil for the sake of possession, you are destroying yourself. So I say to you, somebody is saying to me, not a true CP. Not a true what? Tell me what is not a true? Not a true. I like this, not a true. Oh, potato. Ah. Not a true, huh? Yeah. Like these days we heard some potatoes saying that Jesus was a Palestinian. you know, the word Palestinian is not even, doesn't mean local, it means foreigners. This is number one. Number two, in the time of Jesus, there's no Palestinian left, even in the time of Jesus, because they are gone long time ago. When the Assyrian, they took the Israeli and they took the Palestinian for slavery. But when they free them, they free only the Israeli. The Palestinian never been freed and never come back. And those Palestinians themselves, they are not local. So it's a joke when somebody says he's a Palestinian. I see here a lot of potatoes. They are angry and upset. Well, anyway, every war you enter to it, you are being beaten severely. With the Christians, with Jews, you lose. And I believe that God is always in control. And I believe today God is using Israel to help the Christians in Lebanon. Those coward Hezbollah, They think they can get away with their crimes. And this is why they practice terrorism. They are not brave to fight face to face. As an example, the one who did the attack in Buenos Aires in Argentina a while ago, and he killed more than 200 people inside the synagogue, he was just killed by the Israeli a few days ago. Very cowardly people. They attack churches, they attack synagogue, they attack school, they attack buses because they are coward. When real army and real men, they come to them, they go in the tunnel like rats. They are the same as their prophet. No different. Right? If you ask those people who today you call them Palestinian, are you an Arab? They will say yes. You cannot be an Arab and Palestinian at the same time. Arab are Arab. Arab are people of the desert. They came from Saudi Arabia. All of them. So they occupy Syria, they call themselves Syrian, but they are Arab. They occupy Iraq, they call themselves Iraqi, but they are Arab. Iraq have nothing to do with them. Iraq is the land of the Babylon and the Assyrian. It's not a secret. Syria is the land of the Aramaic. The Syriac. It's not a secret. The whole country is called Turkey, does not exist. All of this is a colony, is occupation. And when the Israeli they take back their land, they go crazy. The same as when the Spanish they took back their land. Until now, every Muslim dream to take Spain back. They believe Spain is their land now. Why? Because they occupy it one day. So, if the war happened right now between Hezbollah and the Christian in Lebanon, and remember this filthy Nasrallah, I can find the video right now playing for you. Just 2 years ago. He made a speech, all of it is about he want to kill the Christians. If you do anything wrong, according to him, if you move, I have 100,000 fighters waiting for you. Remember? I have hundreds of thousands of rockets. And he did not lie. He have all those rockets going to be in the top of your head and your churches. So the Christian in Lebanon, they should be very grateful for Israel. They did a favor to you when they kicked out the terrorist Yasser Arafat, and now they are doing a great favor to you, sending their own kids. For sure, they have a great benefit for themselves. They are not doing you a favor, but they are doing you a favor in the same time. Even the war is for their benefit because simply they have to protect themselves. But you are lucky that you have a neighbor who is fighting Hezbollah and those terrorists. So is Israel our enemy? Huh? Somebody's saying, can you take a break for 10 minutes? I need to take a shower. What do you want me to do? Like stop talking? Okay, guys, we are going to go mute for 10 minutes because there's a guy if there's anyone want to go to the bathroom? I don't know what to do with people. So I say to you, our greatest friends in the Middle East, and maybe the only one who can be friends to us, is the Israeli, because every Muslim, he have a dream to take your land and your church and your house and your wife. And you know that. Any Christian Lebanese here, he don't believe in what I'm saying. Just go open any book of history. Books even written by Muslims. Like as an example, open and read the Pact of Omar, which every Muslim is so proud about it, how they treat you as a Christian like a dog. This is what they did to your grandfather. That's what they did to your family. A Muslim, he can go sleep in your house 3 days, 3 nights without you dare to ask him why. This is the Pact of Omar. Muhammad says if you meet a Christian or a Jew in the street, force him to walk in the sewage. Go ask your parents, ask your grandmother, ask your grandfather what they've been told about the genocide they did to you. It's not the Jews who did genocide to you. It's not the Israeli. As you see, here we go. The Israeli now, they can shoot at the Christian towns. Who's holding them? Who's holding them? If they are the Israeli enemy, why they are not bombing you? The Israeli enemy, but he don't want to bomb you? Because simply they don't believe you are an enemy. They knew that you are being a potato, coward, hypocrite, practicing taqiyya like the Muslims. They knew. Chicken, what happened to you? The Israeli are not our enemies, they are our friends. And whoever says they are our enemy, he is stupid, and he is ignorant, and he is burying himself. You know, some people like they are like a kid. You know, like a kid is 5 years old. You tell him, "I'm going to catch you." So he put his hand on his in his eyes, and supposedly now he don't see you, so he don't see him. Like the ostrich. This animal burying its head in the dust, thinking that the wolf cannot see it no more, but the whole body is outside, exposed. And now the neck of the bird is ready to be to be snagged. So I wanted to make this video. So if you are a person who live in the Middle East and you are Christian, you better know. You better read your history. Your history with the devil Islam is so bad. Very bad. Very ugly. I mean, your blood is not dry yet from the previous war. And the war in Syria is not done yet. Those are the Muslims. And as usual, if you think France will help you, good luck. They help terrorists. In fact, all this problem happened because of France. France is the only European country except to take Al-Khomeini as an asylum refugee. They gave him apartment, they gave him food, they gave him protection, they gave him residency. This is why right now the relationship between Hezbollah and France is very special. And France did that not because they want to support terrorism or what they think about. He will go back, he will take over the country, he will give us the best deals for the country. So right away Al-Khomeini took over the country. France right away getting the big economic deals with Iran. It's a fact. It's all about money. They worship money. They sold you out. Until now, the relationship between France and Iran is very unique. Even sometimes you might hear like some loud noise, but in reality, if you go under the ground, you will see how much trade between them is happening? Money. Western, they don't care really for you. You don't count. If you have oil like Kuwait, they will come to help you. Do you have oil? You don't. When Saddam Hussein occupied Kuwait, which is part of Iraq anyway, more than 100 countries came to help. I mean, the whole world came to help. USA sent 250,000 soldiers. 250,000 to free Kuwait. Kuwait, all of it is in the size of a farm in Texas. Money. They are not coming to free Kuwait. They are coming for the money of Kuwait. If Saddam Hussein pay more, they will help Saddam Hussein. American is always stupid, so don't count on them. American, they destroy Saddam Hussein, and they are the one who gave Iraq to Iran. This is how stupid the American is. History always repeats itself. American government are a bunch of ignorant idiot donkeys. They never did something good. They helped the Muslims in Bosnia, and that make a stronghold for Erdogan in the heart of Europe. And now Bosnia is hosting more and more terrorist groups, especially from Turkey and Muslim Brotherhood and Qatar. Thank you, Europe. Thank you, America. Thank you, Bill Clinton. George Bush did the same stupid thing. He went to Iraq. He attacked Saddam Hussein. Okay. He killed Saddam Hussein. Wonderful. Saddam Hussein is a criminal. We know that. But all your friends are criminals. The one you are defending is a criminal. The one you are protecting is a criminal. Like the best friend of a Trump now, who? The king of Saudi Arabia. You know? Who is your friends? Every single one of them are criminals. King of Jordan, or maybe the president of Egypt, or maybe Erdogan, the member in the NATO, who want to kill every Greek person. Those are the friends of the West. So Christians in the Middle East, stop being stupid. When time come and you need help, there's only one country can help you. Not because they want to give you a hug and they love you, no. But because there is a serious benefit between you and them. The most ugly enemy they have is your enemy. And that is the reason. Additional to that, they are the only legitimate neighbors. All the neighbors you have are not from there. They are foreigners, they occupy the land. Even the neighbor who lives with you in the street and he is a Muslim, he is not from there, and you know that. So I wanted to make this, you know, a video. I know today is Saturday and not many people are home and not many people will watch, but I felt like I need to do that because many, especially the young ones these days, you know, they don't know really what, like, I mean, unless their parents are telling them. And you know, we have a lot of hippies these days. You know, they don't want to tell, they don't want to mention what happened. They will say to you, you are teaching hate. What hate you are talking about? What hate? Just wait. Just wait. In fact, the only reason Hezbollah now are not busy attacking us is because they are busy with Israel. If there is no Israel, who's attacking you? We know that. What they will do with all the weapons they have, you think they will go for peace? Either they will kill the Muslim Sunni or they will kill the Christians. Which one? I don't know. In the Middle East, they say Saturday first, Sunday next, which means first we kill the Jews, then we kill the Christians. It's a fact. So Christian in the Middle East should be grateful, because now the Jews are taking all the hate which is against you, all what was against you. If there is no Israel, if there is no Jews, there will be they will be all over you. As simple as that. Let us see. This is just about 2 years ago. Almost 12,000 fighters from Harakat Amal and Hezbollah, they came into the Christian area carrying their RPG, heavy weapon. Those are the Muslims shooting at the Christian area. This is just 2 years ago. Those are the Shia. And here we go, the Christian, they hunted one of them. He fell in the ground. Do we have memory? We do. Here is the Israeli army attacking the same area which the Shia they came to you just 2 years ago. Those are the motorcycle of Hezbollah. Hundreds of them, they are coming to attack the Christian area. It's in front of you. Are we lying? The video is there. Who is your friend and who is your enemy? The Israeli? And then after this, what happened? Hezbollah, because they are in control of the government of Lebanon, the police of Lebanon, they start attacking the Christian areas, searching for weapon. And Hezbollah, they have rockets, they have ballistic missiles. It's okay, Hezbollah, they can have it. Christian cannot have it. They control everything. That is the fact. That's the truth. So if you are a Christian Lebanese, you better know. And then the Shia, they attack the Christian area, and then the police and the court, they ask this guy to come to the court as if he is the criminal. They attack us, and they want to arrest the leaders of the Christians, but they are the one who attack. Those are the Shia, they are coming by hundreds to fight. And the Christian, they made them shish kebab. So we know history, and we will never forget history. And those who forget history, they are the stupid ones. And trust me, history repeats itself because this history is based on religion. If you want to say to me that the Muslims are today are different, why? They changed their Quran? Did they stop believing in the Quran? Maybe they become socialist, communist. Like what happened? As long as they believe in the Quran says, fight the Christians, fight the Jews. This is not about the land for them. This is about religion. Did we forget? This is here the recording of Nasrallah threatening the Christians that he have 100,000 fighters to attack the Christian area. So remember, for me, the Israelis, they are doing great favor. They freed Lebanon from Yasser Arafat more than 30 years ago, and they are freeing Lebanon from Hezbollah today. So you Lebanese Christian, you should be very grateful for Israel. You should send them flowers. Their victory is your victory. Every terrorist go down by Israel is a victory for you, because that terrorist, if he did not go down by Israel, is going to shoot at you tomorrow. It is the truth. You see? Just say attack the Christian area. Look, their weapon is ready. Those are Hezbollah. It's just a matter of time. And now, when Israel finish this war, what will happen with Hezbollah? Are they going to be turned to a peaceful organization, give you a hug? You know, no, they are under the command of the mullahs of Iran, and still they want to take over Lebanon, and they want to take over Syria, and they took over Iraq already, and the agenda will never change. And now they will sign an agreement with Israel, practicing taqiyya, because okay, Israel did beat the hell of them. You know, remember what the Quran says. The coward Muhammad in his Quran, he said to them, cry not for peace when you are the uppermost. So now after they got beaten by Israel, Hezbollah will say to the Christians, we are cousins, we are friends, we live together, we live in the same town. Don't, you know, let us be friends. What happened just 2 weeks ago? You want to kill them? Because now they are weak. Israel made shish kebab of them. So they will go to the rabbit style, as always they do, until they become the lion. Are you going to let that happen? Cry not for peace when you are the uppermost. Never. This is the Quran. The chapter of the filthy Muhammad, chapter 47, verse number 35. Whoever believe that you can sign a peace agreement with so-called believers on Muhammad is stupid. They will sign a peace agreement the same as Muhammad did. Muhammad signed peace agreement with the Jews. He signed peace agreement with the Arab. And then when he got strong, he said Bara, which means I wash my hands from all the agreement. Kill them. So they sign peace agreement as long as you are strong. This is why a strong nation always will have peace. Weak nation will never have peace. Because the second you are weak, that, you know, whoever evil neighbor around you, he will take over you. Any neighbor. He's filthy. What is going to stop him? Your peace? Your hugs? What is stopping more than 1 billion Abdul to finish Israel? Because they love peace? Or because Israel is strong and powerful? I guess you know the answer. The golden age of Ottoman Empire, everybody was happy. The Ottoman, you see, you see, when we were kids, we've been told a lot of stories. Like I spoke to an old woman, and they were talking about burqa. The burqa. They said that the burqa was not, nobody wear it really, until the Ottoman, they occupy those countries. And Christian women, they start wearing burqa too. I was really surprised. I said, okay, Muslim wear it, Christian wear it. They said, no, you don't understand. They wear it because the Ottoman, they used to kidnap any pretty women. They see her in the street, they grab her, and she disappear. Immediately. And where you are going to have her? You want to fight the Ottoman army? The poor you? And then the family of the girl, they get upset, they might maybe kill a soldier here, like ambush another soldier, just to seek revenge. But that's it, their daughter is gone. So what they start doing, young women, they don't go out in the street, never go on the street. And all women, even the old one, they start wearing burqa, even the Christians. And not only that, they even change the door style of their houses. So like, I was wondering why the house door, the front door is so small. It's like for midget. How people can get in? It's like, you have to bend down almost to the like almost going down all the way to your waist. Why the door is like this? They said all of this because the Ottoman, they use even to go inside the houses. When people, they stop letting their girls going out in the street, they go in a big numbers with horses. They push the door and they get inside the house on the horses. They kidnap the women and they run. So what do people who live there do? They change the shape of their doors. They made a thick wall, very small tiny door, which hardly one person can get in, and if he put his head in, he can put only his head first, and then it's easy to defense because you can cut his head if he's attacking you. You have to bend down. So those who know the history of that area, they will know how ugly the Ottoman Empire was. One of the most filthy, disgusting, rape, torture. You see, those countries like Syria, and they're not used to be desert. Number one reason who make them become desert is the Ottoman. They cut all the trees. They don't want to cut the trees from a country they occupy. They got the trees from Syria, from Lebanon. They got a massive size of cedar trees from Lebanon, just to build villas and palaces for the Sultan and for. So the Ottoman Empire was one of the most filthy. When I was in Ukraine, a Ukrainian guy, he told me, do you know why there is a lot of food based on pork? I said, why? He said, because when the Ottoman and the Muslims in general, they attack the Ukrainian villages, They take all the food, chicken, goat, cows, anything, but they don't take pigs. So they stopped growing any animals except pigs. This is their history. They are thieves. They are criminals. Do you know why even those countries are called Slavic countries? Because the Ottoman and the Muslim, they enslaved them. Why the word is Slav? What Slavic mean? Go check it out. The one who do attack you, steal your home and your land, always was Muslims. And Muslims kill Muslims too. Don't think Muslims, they don't kill Muslims. Kill Muslims, they will rape a Muslim. Especially if you are from different sect. Like now, Hezbollah was fighting in Syria, killing what? Killing Muslims. 13 years of war in Syria was killing Muslims. Why did not attack Christians in Syria? Because Christians are not the one competing for the control. They are not. The one who's competing for control to take over the country is the Muslim Sunni. It's a fact. Go and see what the Shia they are doing to the Sunni in Iraq. And what the Sunni do to them when they are minority too. So I hope that's, you know, the history, the little history we are giving you is something you can remember and you can share with your kids. Their history is very evil. And you, those who did not witness the genocide of the Muslims against Christians in the Middle East or in Armenia or by the Ottoman, you are lucky. However, it's very sad that Europeans, they forgot the history, because Europeans themselves, they suffer a lot because of Islam. They did. When the Caliphate in Damascus, he killed the leader, the Muslim leader terrorist who attacked Spain. He killed him. Why? Because he is not sending enough gold and silver from Spain. Where is the money? So they thought he is taking it from his pocket. But the guy, he kept telling them, we don't have more. Everything we catch, when we get in, we send it to you. That's it. So they killed him. When the Muslims, they speak about the golden age of Muslims in Spain, ask them where is the money coming from and who was building. The Arab don't know how to build. The Arab do not know how to build. The builders are coming from Syria. Those are the Christians, Aramaic, Syriac. Even the ships they used to attack Spain is not made by them. They don't know how to make them. Somebody mentioned the word mafia. Do you know where is the word mafia? What is the purpose of the mafia? When the Muslims occupied a huge part of Italy, like Sicily, they force everybody to pay what? Jizya. What is jizya? Protection. Money protection. So you pay me, I will not kill you. As simple as that. Protection from me. The mafia. So when the Muslims were kicked out of Europe, criminals took over the business, because now people, they are used to pay. The Muslims are gone. Gangs took over. So what you see in the movies, like a group of criminals, they come to a store and they tell the guy, where is the money? Where's our share? Share for what? Protection. From who? From us. We will shoot you if you don't pay us. This is what the Muslims they practice for centuries in Europe. And this is what the Quran mentioned in chapter 9, verse number 29. Maybe it's better just to. And then the Muslim today, they say to you, this is tax. What a big deal, tax, you know? You don't pay tax? No, this is not tax. Because this is you have to pay, and you are under the shoes of the Muslims, and you pay it when you are subdued with no respect. It's not something you pay as tax like a citizen. You are not a citizen. You are not even second-hand citizen. You are a dog. This is why in Arabic it says, "An yadin wahum saghirun." They have to pay it. You have to force them to pay it, and they have to be in humility. They have to be subdued like dogs. This is why if you go to Ibn Kathir, as an example, not limited, you will find this. Educate yourself and educate your kids, so that will not happen to you. And you think it's impossible? It's very possible. Muhammad, he told the Muslim that non-Muslims are dirty, filthy like dogs. So this is why not long time until now, actually, you can find them in the internet. Just go type right now, Mecca Muslims only, Mecca Muslims only. You will find the sign in the highway. It says Muslim only. There is roads for Muslims and there's roads for non-Muslims. And then those hippies in New York, they are saying Islam does not discriminate. Imagine we say in New York there is highway for Christian, and if you are not Christians, you cannot walk in the highway. You cannot go in the highway. You have to go in a dirty highway. This is what the Muslim they have. So, and then Muhammad, he told them that you have to attack the Christians and feel themselves subdued. And this is the meaning of that. You can read it. This is the Muslim meaning, not my meaning. All right? They have to pay the jizya because simply they are the losers. Read carefully here. Therefore, when the people of the scriptures disbelieved in Muhammad, and they had no beneficial faith in any messenger, or that the messenger brought, rather they followed their religion, because this is confirmed with their idea, lust, and the way of their forefather, not because they are Allah, law, and religion. So they are explaining to you why we have to punish them and why we have to treat them like dogs. Because they refuse Muhammad. We have to fight them and kill them. This is why this honorable ayah, order to fight the Christians and the Jews. People of the book is the Christian and the Jews. After the pagan were defeated, and the people entered in Allah religion in large number. So Muhammad now, he attacked the people. He called them pagan. In fact, he is the pagan. And now the Arab, they lost the war. So they came into Islam by a huge number, because die or convert. Die or convert. So now the Arabian Peninsula is secured under the Muslim control. You see the taqiyya? In the beginning they are like rabbit. When they got big in number, kill them wherever you find them. So Allah command the messenger of Allah to fight and kill the Christians and the Jews. And here to say to you, paying jizya is not a tax. Paying jizya is a sign of kufr and disgrace. It's not a sign of being a citizen respected. The Muslim, they will say to you, jizya is a tax. And here is saying to you, why? Because they refuse to embrace Islam. In defeat. They have to be disgraced, humiliated, disrespected. They are not allowed, Muslims are not allowed to honor the Christians and the Jews, or to elevate them above Muslims, for they are miserable, disgraced. So when you see those leaders in the West shaking hands, they brought the Saudi Arabia to be part of the J7. They are J7 because of what? Because they are the scientists? Because the population, most of it, do not know until now how to write, how to read? Why they are in the G7? What is great about them? Because all terrorism imported to the world from Saudi Arabia? They did not invite Korea. I mean, can we compare between South Korea and all the science they have and all the knowledge and all the technology and Saudi Arabia? So South Korea is not part of the G7. And the potato of Saudi Arabia, who do not know how to read, how to write, until now, they are in the G7. The Western leaders are they are traitors. They are betraying you for the sake of money and business. How come you put sanctions in any countries who have no respect for a human right? But the second you say Saudi Arabia, who cares? What happened to those guys? This guy Trudeau, you know Trudeau? All those communist socialists, Bill Clinton, Biden. What happened? Western, long time ago, there used to be something different. Today in the West, sadly, those liberals, they are disconnected with the world. They are stupid. They are mentally ill. Just a week ago, they have a Congress who is a transgender who want to go inside the bathroom and he want to grab his penis in the front of the women. And they get so upset because the women, they refuse that. So now the Democrats are so upset and so busy. This is what they're busy about. They are busy about their penises. They are busy with the transgender and homosexual and bathroom. The world is that China is planning to take over the ocean, islands, countries, expand into South America. They just opened the biggest port in history in Peru. The Chinese, they open it. The Americans are busy with the transgender and homosexual, which bathroom we should use. And they do not know who is a woman. The world is getting crazy, you know, fighting over power, over economy. And the Americans are so stupid, their borders is open. And the gangs are taking over the citizen. And they have no money even to pay for Social Security, but they have money to put migrants who are coming to the country in 5-star hotels. So this is how empire destroyed. When you have leaders that are mentally ill and so stupid, and they are disconnected with common sense. If you speak against, even in the Congress, our Congress, you can go check it out. There's a law against Islamophobia. You believe it? In America. Yeah, Republican and Democrat, they signed together. Yeah, against Islamophobia. This is phobia. It turned to be that we are phobic. It's not true. Terrorism of ISIS is not true. Like, why in the world we have to take off our shoes in every time we go to fly? Is that because of the Hindus? No. The Jews? No. Okay, the communist. No. Because of who? Muslims. Islam. What phobia? The West, until now, were swimming with their stupidity. And nobody want to say the truth. Islam is the problem. It's not Hamas. It's not Hezbollah. It's not Iran. It is Islam. If there's no Islam in those countries will be totally different. They will be the same as any other country. When the last time Vietnam is going to attack their neighbors? Or, you know, any country, name it. Forget about Christian countries. The second you bring Islam, then everything is messed up. In fact, can we find even one Muslim country living in peace with Muslims? Muslims living with Muslims. Can we find one? If we go here, look at the map here. Cyprus, half of it occupied by Muslims. Erdogan and the Turkish, they occupy half of Cyprus. But this is a land, island, all of it is Christians. What do the Turkish have to do with it? All of Turkey have nothing to do with the Turkish. All of Turkey. You know Turkey? This is not the land of the Turkish. This is not their land. They are foreigners here. What about Syria? The war is still there. Lebanon, war is there. What about Iraq? War is there. Okay. Where there is no war? Okay, let us go farther a little bit. There's a war in Sudan right now. Why? Muslims are killing Muslims. There's a war in Libya. There's a war between Morocco and Algeria. Those are all Muslim countries. There's a war in Somalia. Every one of those are at war. The Moroccan, they want to kill the Algerian. The Algerian, they want to kill the Moroccan. The Algerian, they want to kill the Libyan. The Libyan, they want to take the Algerian. The Tunisian, they hate the Algerian and they hate the Libyan. The Egyptian, they hate the Sudanese. The Sudanese, they hate the Egyptian. And the Sudanese hate Sudanese. And just to show you the hypocrisy of the West, now we have two countries in Sudan. We have Sudan and South Sudan. Why suddenly we have south of Sudan? What happened? This is a Christian territory. The Christians always were under the shoes of the Muslims for centuries. The Muslims occupy their land, and that's it. But then suddenly, listen carefully, suddenly, many countries, they move to give the Christians in south of Sudan independent. In 48 hours, Sudan or south of Sudan become an independent country. What happened? Why? They care for the Christians maybe? No, they discovered that South Sudan have a lot of minerals, a lot of oil. And those South Sudan Christians, they are poor. So if we divide them, we can control. We can control those poor. We give them $200 million help. They will dance for it, and then we take over their gold and silver and oil. In 48 hours, Obama, the Muslim Obama, he was able to give South Sudan independent. Those people, they were fighting for 40, 50, 60 years for their freedom from the Muslim Arab, enslaved by them. And those are black African Christians. The second they discover how much treasure they have in their land, suddenly everybody vote for South Sudan. And South Sudan is created. You see how easy it is? In the blink of an eye. All the blood of those people, they were dying. They put sanctions on them. They don't allow them to buy weapons. They don't allow them to defend themselves. They sell even weapons to the Muslims in Sudan, which means the Sudani government. but they never allowed the Christian to arm themselves. But as soon they learned that the part where the Christians are located, the one you see the green area, is full of minerals, in 48 hours, South Sudan become a country. Other example, east of Timor. Anyone knows what east of Timor is? The Muslims, they were killing the Christians in east of Timor. They did genocide. Nobody care. Why anyone would care? Did America care? Did European care? No. Nobody will care. Why? Why nobody care? They are poor, you know, poor Christians. Muslims are killing them. What a big deal, you know? Let them die. And then Australia jumped into the fight suddenly. You know, in the beginning I thought, man, this Prime Minister of Israel at that time is really wonderful, man, because he's the only one who jumped for it. You know, the only one who decided to do something. Let us see. And then I found out how much rich this territory. Where is the in the map? Hold on, give me a second. It should be all right. I think this is the one, maybe. Indonesian people, correct me if I'm wrong. So anyway, the Australians, they came and they helped them to establish their own country, and now east of Timor is independent. Very worthy territory. No, Timor, east of Timor, I don't know, this is Timor. What the name of the capital, anyone knows? What the name of the capital? Yeah, it's in the border of Australia, but this is not the reason for them to take the Australian to, you know, because how rich they are. The people in the island are poor, you know, they are poor Indonesian. They have no idea what they have in their land, how much treasure they have. So suddenly Australia becomes so excited, and they send their forces and they support them, and right away the United Nations vote for East of Timor to become independent. Yeah. Everything have a reason, my friend. And the smart ones is the ones who knows what happened around them. All right, let us see. I search Google to see what they have in their country. What this country has, really. What kind of a treasure they have. Actually, I saw, I saw like a documentary about it. As you see here, you can read. Yeah, yeah. Until now, they are very poor. By the way, those people are very poor there. This country is very poor, but they are standing over a massive amount of money. You know, and because those poor, the same as that's what I'm saying to you. Like in south of Sudan, the same. South of Sudan, still they are very poor. So what big corporation will do? They will give them a loan, and they will make them heavy under the loan, and then they make them sign contract to sell them the minerals to pay back for the loan. So you borrow money from those big banks. The big banks will chase them, and they say to them, you have to pay us. Otherwise, you know what? If you want, we have a better deal. I mean, we have dirt underneath of your ground. We don't know what to do with it. Sign, okay? Give us, an agreement to dig and take, and you pay us off from the minerals. Yeah. Let us see. And I think they have a lot of gas too. Oil and gas. Not only uh, sorry, not only just normal stuff, even fuel. Anyway, this is the scenario. When you are like the whole world is like this. East of Timor get independent from Portugal 1975. Yeah, but isn't it the Indonesian Muslims they were attacking them? I think the one who was in charge of them is Indonesia, right? It was considered as part of Indonesia. And the Muslims, the Indonesian Muslim, they were attacking, doing genocide against them. The like let's say the movement of empires is always like that. They go and they hunt on the weak one. So America now, because of we have those socialists, become not the scary country as before, and America power is shrinking. In fact, Trump himself will make America power shrink more, because the idea of Trump is we don't care, you know. He want to withdraw his army from everywhere, you know, and he think by withdrawing the army, he will make America great again, because simply that will reduce the spending of on a massive army and protecting foreign countries. And this is his idea of how to make America great again. Now that will make maybe America more wealthy temporarily, but in the future that will make other empire take over the vacuum of America, and that usually is going to be either the Chinese or the Russian. So Trump plan of a shrinking, let us say, uh, the ability of America to be in control by army is going to be a big mistake for the future. And we see that the impact already happening by the Chinese. Like when we say now in Peru, the Chinese, they open a massive port. That because the American, they became so limited in South America. You see, American always do stupid things. It doesn't matter who is the president. So Trump, he put sanctions on Iran, right? He puts even sanctions on China. What the Chinese did, but the Trump, he kept the relationship with Mexico and the border with Mexico open for trade. So if the product is made in Mexico, still they can import with no tariff almost to USA. So what the Chinese did, instead of sending their product to America right away, they send it here to the borders. And they bought, if you go right now and search about Chinese investment and Chinese manufacture in Mexico, you won't believe it. They open thousands of manufacturers. However, those manufacturers are not really making anything. Mostly they are just doing, like let's say, casing, like the finish of the product. Let's say the paint of this truck, I mean, little stuff. So just to make it sound like it's made in Mexico. And then the Mexican government import the same product into USA. So the Chinese product is still coming to USA in a massive number. The only difference is, because Americans are so stupid, again, instead of coming from the front door, they are coming from the back door. All right? So now we will see if Trump will fix this issue too, if he's aware or not. If you go right now and search for a China backdoor, America backdoor, you will find right away many study is done. China there we go. You can find it so easy, How China used Mexico to avoid US tariff. It's true. It's not a secret, Yeah, everybody knows. So anyway, we will see what Trump he will do if he is going to, because he put sanction in China, but he left the Mexico door open. That's very unsmart. Like it's like instead of getting the goods from the front door, we get them from the garage door, which is wider and bigger. And then we give them like even because they are coming from Mexico, we give them even advantage because come on, those are neighbors and they are poor country, Yeah, let them come. So we will see what Trump will do. All right. Anything else? Any question? Somebody's saying you don't like America. Who said I don't like America? If you speak negative about the American government, that mean I don't like America? If I don't like America, why I join even the USA Army? Have you ever heard somebody join army during wartime in a country you don't like? So it's very stupid of you to say you don't like America. Because I like America, and because actually I love this country, I have to say what is right for America. Those who hate America, if somebody is let us say, if you have a son and your son is taking drugs, what do you do? Do you say to him, it's okay? Or you shout at his face, you try to put pressure on him to stop? If you say, if you don't complain about what he's doing, is that because you love him or because you hate him? Obviously you hate him. Because if you love him, you will not stand watching your son dying and you do nothing about it. So only stupid people like you will think, when I speak negative about American government, I am speaking because I don't like America. Correct? So when a donkey, he says, if you don't like America, you are welcome to leave it. It's obviously you are an ignorant and you are a donkey. And then when you talk about the cost of shipping, what cost of shipping have to do with this, you idiot? America have to ship it anyway. I mean, China have to ship their product anyway. You are stupid. Or do you think it's going to make a difference now if they ship it to Mexico first and then ship it through the borders like few kilometers inside America? I don't know what is your education, but obviously maybe the maximum you have is your driving license. And here you can go and watch, and you will see they will show you the manufacturers owned by the Chinese, all the product they are making, everything. It just they changed the label to make it made in Mexico, but in fact nothing is made in Mexico. All right. People who don't say a truth which hurt is the hypocrite one. So what do you like me to say about America? Are you happy with America now? Are you happy that people are busy with the transgender? Are you happy that people are voting for abortion? Are you proud of America, abortion America? Are you proud of American trying to take down our crosses from the streets and mountains and hills? If you don't like America, leave. No, you leave. I'm here to fight. I'm here to fight to keep America the way it should be. Always you will see someone is so stupid he don't understand what you are saying. So when we speak negative, as an example, when I speak negative about the Pope, am I saying that the Catholic are bad people? No. I'm speaking about the Pope. What the Pope have to do? The Pope is a person, and obviously he's an idiot, and not even a Christian. He's not a Christian. But if somebody is a donkey, the second you say the Pope is a scumbag, he will say, "Oh, he's attacking the Catholic," because there's some people they have a mosquito brain. But me myself, I speak against priests who they are Protestant too, or Orthodox. What does have to do? I like those people or I hate them. But if you have a mosquito brain, well, mosquito brain will function as a mosquito brain. You know, a true Christian person, he speak even against his own family if they are doing something wrong. The truth will set you free, not being a liar, a hypocrite. So they hate you for saying the truth, and they try to label you because they are ignorant, they are stupid. How many times I spoke against Netanyahu? Oh, he hate Israel. Oh, now he's showing his real color. He hate the Jews. Right? Just speak against Netanyahu. Say he's stupid. They will say he hate the Jews. Yeah, little brain. What is our program today? I'm talking about Christian leaders, not Jewish leaders, not Hindu leaders, Christian leaders. I'm condemning their behavior, calling Israel an enemy. So anyone do wrong, We should stand against the wrong and say it's wrong, even if it's you, even if it's me. Otherwise, maybe you are a potato. Someone, his name is Juju, challenged me to a debate. Uh, you know, first of all, the one who challenged me for a debate over icon, he must be stupid, and I will tell you why. Ask him, is any of the icons he have is it for a real person? And then he will say no. Well, he lost the debate right away. Stupid people. When you draw an icon for someone, you never know. You see, I'm not against icons, by the way, if you draw them for history, like mosaic, to register to documentary, because this is the best way. You can live for thousands of years. In fact, I just posted a link in Patreon a few days ago about a very early discovery, 1800 years ago, a mosaic, all right? But it's in the floor, people walk in it. It's not to worship it, not to pray to it. It's in the floor. It's a documentary, it's an art. So I can make now a book about Paul, and I draw an image of someone supposedly he's Paul to teach children. It's good, because children, they like images and they can memorize things through images. In fact, all of us, we as a human, our brain is an image, like we use images for everything. Like when you say a chair, in your brain there's an image of a chair. If you're a blind man, you touch it, you memorize how it feels, what is the shape is, even though you don't see. And then when you say a chair, you know, it's something I sit in, have 4 legs, etc. So everything we have in our brain is images. But when we make images for the purpose of worship, and we don't even know who are those people are in the image, that is funny and silly. You like it, you don't like it. I believe you are stupid if doing that. If you do it for the purpose of worship. If you do it for the purpose of art, good luck with that, no problem. All right. It's like, you know, making an image of someone you do not know, and you say this is Paul. Okay, if you are saying this is a present Paul to teach for art, preserve a story, wonderful. But to say to me this is Paul, you're lying. We don't know how Paul looked like. We don't know how Mary looked like. And then you start putting like light is coming and from their faces, and you know, I mean, it's like an imaginary life. This is not what the Bible says. Anything is not from the Bible is not biblical, and this is why we stand against anything is not biblical. So if somebody like, can Christian Prince says that baptism is not required? No, I cannot. You know, Jesus himself, he get baptism. But did Jesus ever say, made an image of my mother? If you can show me the reference, go ahead. You're my hero. Did even Jesus say, make an image of me to remember me? No. Jesus, he hold the bread, he break it, he says, this is my body will be broken for you, this is my blood will be shed for you. Do this to remember me. That's it. This is all what Jesus says to you. And then you want to say to me, saint, etc., and saint, etc., said, well, you follow saints or you follow Jesus? They had the reason, maybe, which could be a wrong reason. But neither Paul, neither John, neither Peter, nobody, none of them, he made pictures. Did they? Right? Anyway. A Catholic lady told me that Mary is the Holy Spirit. Well, if my friend, don't say that. You know, if somebody is ignorant, does not mean the Catholic believe in that. So be smart, and you can find someone is a Protestant too saying to you, Muhammad is a prophet. So don't go doubt. You know, we are not here to bash the Catholic. I can find you many stupid things the Protestant they do too. You see here, I don't take a side. I say what is wrong is wrong. So don't go in that direction. Don't think I'm here to speak about the Catholic are being bad or the Orthodox. I'm here to say my belief as it is. I don't care if you're a Catholic, you're a Protestant, you're Orthodox. You have tons of Protestant priests. They are the devil themselves. How many of those so-called Protestant now, they are saying you can be a homosexual? So not only Catholic, I mean, you will find the devil everywhere. The devil have many names, but he is one person. And the devil will try his best to corrupt all the churches. For whoever believes in Jesus is his enemy. So he will come to you in a clothes of a Protestant priest or a pope or Orthodox. The devil, be aware of false teachers. They come to you in the clothes of a sheep. So a Christian person, he don't defend the church by its name, because the church is his church. You have only one church. The church is the church of Christ. Whoever following the Bible is your church. Whoever following a possessed devil priest, he is satanic. You know, a person might say to you, oh, you want to accept Paul, who is teaching a drunk person will not go to heaven. So what they want to do? They want to have sex. They want to get drunk. They want to sleep around. And they want to go to heaven. So Paul is bad for them. So they claim to be Christians. They are trying to design new Jesus and a new Bible as they wish, because simply they are hypocrite, fornicators. They want to sleep around. They want to drink. They want to be possessed. They want to be gays. They want to be homosexual. They want to be transgender. But still, they say to you, I believe in God. Well, obviously you do, right? But you're God, not my God. So I advise everybody, stay away from sectarian. Don't say you are a Catholic. Don't say you're Protestant. Don't say you're Orthodox. Say you are Christians as the Bible calls us. And this is my message for you. Time will come and I will die. I will go. All of us, we are here. We will not be here. Maybe some of us 10 years from now, some of us 20 years from now, some of 50 years from now. God knows. But there's one thing you should always have with you before you die, is the name of Christ in your heart. Not the name of a Catholic, not the name of a Protestant, not the name of Orthodox. None of those names can save you. What will save you is being Christians who follow Jesus, the Yeshua. Not Christian Prince, not the Pope, not a Catholic bishop, not a Protestant bishop. None of them. All of us, we are sinners. And the Bible is so clear, there's only one Savior. No man can save you, no saint can save you. So stay away from those names. In fact, for me, I get offended when somebody says to me, I'm Protestant, or I'm Catholic, or I'm Orthodox. I feel like he is small. Honestly, in my eyes, he shrink. Because right away I notice how limited he is. He does not understand that Christianity and Christ is not about a church name. It's not a bishop. It's not about a group of people. For God, He loved the world. So suddenly you are the world now, and the rest of the world are not. God, He loved the world. Whoever believe in me and I will live. It's not you to decide, oh, my church, they will go to heaven. Your church will not go to heaven. Oh, those are satanic. We are the good ones. And then we find that you have a priest, he's like Muhammad, a child molester. Why the keys of the Holy Church in Jerusalem in the hand of Muslims? Because when Umar ibn Khattab occupied it, the Muslim took over Jerusalem, and one of the families given the keys given by Umar to one of those families, and since then they control it until now. And here we go, the Christians are doing nothing about it. Is the Pope angry? No. The Pope is angry for Hamas being killed, but he is not angry that our Holy Church in Jerusalem is in the hand of Muslims until now. The keys of the doors is in the hand of Muslims. Yeah. Is Putin angry about it? No. When Erdogan he convert our church, the Church of Constantine, in our land, not in Turkey. This is not Turkey. What Putin he did? He sent a little letter to Erdogan questioning. And then in return, Putin he built a massive mosque in Russia, and he invited, actually not in Russia, I think he built it in Crimea, in Ukraine, which means Ukraine, and he invited Erdogan to open the mosque. You see, the Muslim take our churches, convert them to mosque, we build a mosque for them in return. This is why I say to you, don't be, when I speak about Russia, do I hate Russia? Absolutely not. I appreciate Russia. In fact, Russian in history, they did a great favor to the Christians in the Middle East. When the Ottoman were attacking us and doing genocide, the Russian they attacked the Muslim from the side, from their side, and as an exchange for the genocide, they attacked them, and the Caesar at that time says, if you stop attacking the Christians, we will stop here. And then the Russian, they used to send every year, help and support to Christian churches in the Middle East. So Middle Eastern Christians always should appreciate many things about Russia. But Russia today is not the same Russia as before. Russia today is a Russia of hypocrisy. I'm talking about the government. Sending an army of Muslims to occupy or rape Christian women in Ukraine. Stealing the land of the Christians, giving it to Muslims. Putin now, he gave a lot of lands. He took from Ukraine. He gave it to who? To Kadyrov and his men. 300 hectares to this guy. 500 hectares. It's the same as when the Ottoman, they attack and they occupy the land. The leader, he started giving his little one leaders a massive land. He did not even give it to the Russian. He gave it to the Muslims. But again, if you speak the truth, the one who have a brain of a mosquito, he will say, look, he's attacking the Russian. I'm not. I'm just saying the truth. Did Putin open a big mosque? Or I'm making things up? Why you did it? What is the reason? What is the purpose of that? Did Putin even make a law not to insult Muhammad? Did he say that anyone insult Muhammad should be punished? Not only that, there's a video of the son of Kadyrov beating a Christian child, beating the hell of him because he insulted Muhammad. Putin, he went mute about it. The teenage of Kadyrov, go search it right now on YouTube, beating a Christian kid, Russian kid, for insulting the Quran. Did Putin take him to court? I mean, beating him. And his father is posting the video everywhere. What Putin he do? He praised Muhammad. And he kissed the Quran. It is the era of the scumbags. And when you speak the truth, you make many people upset. Jesus wrote a Greek, the Roman language in the time to spread the good news. Your Greek Bible is preserved. Well, I believe all the Bible is preserved, regardless if it's a Greek or Hebrew. What does have to do with the Greek or not? And that not because people they preserve it, but because Jesus he made a promise that the earth and the heaven will be destroyed, but my word will not. I mean to that. The Messiah he made a promise that his word will be preserved. A man cannot preserve the word of God. God can preserve his word. Because man is not eternal. The eternal God is always there. Who can change his words? Right? It's not my promise, it's not your promise. No promise can be fulfilled of man, the promise of God only. Because my promise is based on my ability, and my ability is limited. All right. Thank you for the one for my friend King. Any other question? All right. Well, I know that in Asia right now it is like noontime, correct? But most of people in the West and America now, maybe they're outside. You know, for me, I don't go out at night. I hate to go out at night, actually. Like I might go out at night if I am like traveling. Like, you know, you go and rent an apartment, small, tiny, and you know, I'm not used to stay in a very tiny room, so I feel like I am like suffocated in those rooms. So I find any chance just to go out, you know, just walk, you know, don't stay home. But me myself, I don't like to go out at night. How we can U.S. make Israel ally with Saudi Arabia? My friend, it's like, you know, allies with Saudi Arabia. That's funny, by the way. That's a good one. My friend, the Saudi, they hate the hell of you. They dream every day to finish Israel. They will never be allies to Israel. But you don't understand that those sneaky nations, they are using Israel. Like, why Emirat, they sign a peace agreement with Israel? Are they even at war with Israel? No. So what that mean? What do you mean they sign a peace agreement? Emirat, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, they have one enemy. And the more they notice that the only one can stand against Iran is Israel, that what make them kiss the butt of the Israeli. Israel, my friend, is a massive, powerful army. I mean, look at even their economy. A country is at war for more than a year, non-stop. non-stop. What is making this country still standing? I mean, do you know how much it's cost this war? Do you know how every day how much money they have to spend? Do you know that the Israeli government right now, they are paying for everyone who live in the north of Israel more than 150 to 200,000 staying in hotels, renting houses for them? The Israeli government paying for that. They are paying them salary, money for food, rent. How a country can do that? So the Saudi, when they want to sign an agreement, they are not doing favor to Israel. It's the opposite. Even if they try to make themselves, oh, we are against the occupation, we want Jerusalem, they are kissing the ass of the Israeli to sign an agreement with them. Because the Saudi and the Emirati and the Bahraini, they are terrified because of the massive power of Iran compared to them. Saudi could not even fight and win the war against the Houthi in Yemen. That's the Houthi alone. So they are not in love with Israel, they hate Israel. But because they need Israel. So you understand the situation in a different way. We do not need to work hard to make the Israeli and and the Saudi are friends. First of all, they will never be friends. It doesn't matter how much kisses they give you. It doesn't matter how much paper they sign with you. They will never be your friends, and they will never be your allies. But the enemy of your enemy is their enemy. I mean, their friend. Sorry, like we share the enemy, so we become friends. But this is temporary. If Iran tomorrow the regime is changed and Iran the mullahs are gone, we go back to old days. If Saudi Arabia one day becomes strong, powerful, and they have nukes, they will be so happy and excited to nuke Israel. Their book commands them to do that. You know, when Trump, he was so proud of signing what is called the Abrahamic Accord. But all of us, we know that Muslims are not Abrahamic. It's a joke, politics. I mean, what does that mean? Did that do anything good? No, nothing. Israel already, they can fly over Saudi Arabia, which means Saudi already, they have a peace agreement with Israel. You see, when they allow the Israeli airlines to fly over their airspace, what is that telling you? Are we at war? No. Already, there's nothing. I mean, they signed for what? Emirates signed for peace agreement with what? I mean, what is? Are they at war with Israel? Have they ever even have a war with Israel? When? So it's a joke. But because they need to legalize what they do, the Emirati, let us say they want to put what they do in the back door, in the front door, in the front of their people, so they can make it more, let us say, useful. So now they sign an agreement with Israel, and then they brought the technology of Israel to come to Emirat. So now there is a massive companies in Emirat from Israel. They are functioning and working in Emirat, and the purpose of that is to develop and to help the Emirati in technology, so they can be able to fight the enemy, the neighbor enemy, which is Iran. This war right now, the one we see, is going to bring a lot of money to Israel. How? You see, everybody saw how powerful the Israeli technology, how they can spy. They find even Hezbollah leaders one after one like a chicken. Those guys are not even using phones no more. They are not even using birds for letters as old days. Still they can find them. So the Israeli, they prove in this war that they have a massive technology, not only massive weapon. Everybody knows, like the top spies in the world, the top software for spying, the top technology for spying is Israeli. Saudi Arabia and Emirates and Bahrain already they bought a lot of software from Israel by the approval of the Israeli. And most of those software, the Israeli, the Saudi and Emirati, they use it to spy at their own people. In fact, the Israeli, I don't know if you heard about it, they can read all your text messages in your phone without sending you a text message, which means they hack your phone without hacking it. How? I don't know. Go read it. So when those people they sign agreement with Israel, not because they are in love with Israel, but they are in love of the power of Israel. They need the protection. The same when they shake hands with the American. All right. Like what America share with Saudi Arabia? Nothing. Do we have anything? Do we share any value? Democracy? I mean, what? We have nothing. What is making America so close to Saudi Arabia? The Saudi need American protection, weapon, arms. When the Saudi notice America are getting like changing toward them, the Crown Prince he start thinking about, you know, getting support from Putin maybe. And then he noticed that the Russian weapon is not really good. I mean, look what happened with them with Ukraine. So they turned their face to China. Trump now is back. They will start turning their face again to America because they knew that the weapon in America is way better than both of those. So relationship between countries, when you say the word allies, is a joke. It's not exist. All those countries, they measure their relationship by benefit. There's nothing, there's no loyalty here, you know. Those are not friends. And don't ever think that the Muslim countries will be friends to Israel. In fact, if you think this way, or the Israeli think this way, they will be making big mistake. So they will stab them in their back again. It's not about Saudi can't handle, you can train them. But the issue is, those countries, they are trying to make themselves getting advanced. But there is something called, there's two kinds of capital. There's a human capital and money capital. Money capital cannot make a country. Cannot. In Saudi Arabia, they have a money capital. So as soon this money capital is gone, the country is gone. The government will collapse. What make a country is the human capital. And in Saudi Arabia, they don't have that because they don't have the skills, they don't have the education. The nature of the people are different. So if you compare, as an example, the human capital of Korea, South Korea, and the human capital of Saudi Arabia, which one of them you think they have such a thing called capital, human capital? We know the answer. So South Korea, not long time ago, was very poor, coming out of war, misery, very bad situation. South Korea today is competing with American weapon technology nobody even have, medical technology, and the American actually is behind compared to South Korea in many things. Okay, what is the difference between Saudi Arabia and South Korea? Do they have more money? No. Do they have oil and silver? No. So how they were able? Because they have the human capital. When I was in Korea, I remember I was visiting to take a look at a Buddhist temple. I stopped looking at the temple. I saw the, the meter, the electric meter in the building. I was looking at this. What is this? It's like a, you feel like you are in the space. We never saw a meter like this in America. I mean, the meter we have in America is like from the cave time. You go and look at the meter they have in Korea, you think you are in a spaceship. So human capital is something they don't have. This is why when people they say to you that the Saudi prince is building, he want to make Saudi amazing country. I say that all the money he is putting in the dust, it will turn into dust. In fact, all the cities he is building right now, he hired Korean. Even that one, the one is building is Korean. If you ask a Saudi, there is a Korean doctor and Saudi doctor. Which one you want to go to? He would say to you, Korean. No question. Now, for sure, you can find from a million someone he is different. He is like so smart, but this is one from a million. But if you go to Korea, from the million, you will find maybe 700,000 they are smart. So human capital is the most important, and this is what Israel have. When the Israeli took back their land, 95% of the land is a desert. Desert. But the Israeli, they produce vegetables more than any other country from the desert. Grape, wine. I mean, they turn the desert into greenery. The Saudi, because they are stupid, they start digging for water, and they made the desert green by spending a massive money. And look how stupid they are. So to buy 1 kilogram of a flour from Asia or any other country, let's say cost 15 cents. Saudi Arabia was able to produce a lot of a flour, but each kilogram cost them $3. And the top of that, they lost all the spare water was under the ground, saved through hundreds of years. They destroyed it all in less than 15 years. This is how stupid they are. Here we go. They made the desert green. But they are out of water. But they have oil. So now the Saudi, after the disaster they did themselves, they build manufacture, thanks to the West again technology. They build manufacturers to make the salty water fresh. But this is very costly. It costs a lot of money. And they have to live with it for the coming future. So again, human capital is the most important capital, is not the money. You see, then everywhere is the same. It can be different about how much, let us say, mineral you have, how much green it is, how much rain, how much desert. True. Like you can be unlucky that you live in an area where, I mean, you can grow anything. Or you can be unlucky that you live in Arizona where growing things is hard, difficult. Even the dirt is not suitable for, even if you have water. So still, what make a difference is the human capital before the land. If I give you 7 stars hotel, and then all those who live in the hotel are a bunch of junkie, is that 7 stars hotel anymore? Is it? It's not. But nothing changed. I mean, the hotel is still the same. The nice elevator, the nice marble, the nice view, everything is the same. All what you need, all what you just change is the people. Right? When people they say to you, like, we say all people are equal. Like in America, they say all people are equal. This is not true. It's not true. God created us as a human equal, but not all people are equal. Is a criminal is equal to someone who did not commit a crime? Is someone who is a rapist is equal to someone never raped? Is someone is a child molester is equal to someone? I mean, we can keep going. People are not equal. And this is not about a race. This is about the quality, your quality. This is why people will go to hell, people will go to heaven. Why? Because people are not equal. All right? Thank you, my friend. I'm coming to Arizona. Invite me. I want to go and hunt for lizard. Prophet Muhammad, he commanded us to kill the lizard, my friend, because they were trying to burn Abraham. Here we go. Just an example of how religion can destroy even a poor animal who can help really the agriculture, help farmers. Lizard, they are not harmful. They help. They control the insect. So here we go. An idiot. He believed in a fictional story that a lizard, he blow wind at Abraham to burn him. Here we go. He waged jihad against the lizard. So even lizard now is an enemy. You see how religion, how the human capital can change, because you are what you believe. You are what you believe. So instead of building manufacture, now they are busy want to kill the lizard. So the Israeli are building the dome to protect their sky. The Muslims are chasing lizard. Right? And that again took us to human capital. Let me show you what this guy is saying. What's his name? Oliver. Okay, let me see where is Oliver. Okay. So we have here Mr. Oliver. He is saying CP has started his taqiyya. Why the obsession with Catholicism? The truth that is CP is very shallow on Bible. Let me put you again. Okay, exegesis, okay, theology. He better focus in busting the Abdul. First of all, Oliver, I noticed that you are the one is obsessed with Catholicism, because we were not talking about it, but you are talking about it. Obviously, you are mental. Secondly, I speak against anything wrong. It doesn't matter if it's a Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox. But because you have a needle in your ass, you think I'm putting the needle on you. Because you cannot believe you are a Christian, you believe you are a Catholic only. You don't belong to Jesus, my friend. You decide to belong to a church name. You don't even care for what the church is teaching no more. So you decide to call yourself Catholic, and you are obsessed with Catholicism, not with Jesus. There's a video of an Orthodox priest. In this video, he was so upset. He said, Jesus lost between your icons. You go to those Orthodox, a picture for Mary, a picture for Paul, a picture for Mayor Gergis, Elias. I mean, they have pictures for everybody. Okay, where is Jesus? I mean, what does this have to do with Christianity? So it is you who have certain obsession with certain group, with sect, not with Jesus. Because if you are really focusing Christ, you should have only Christ, no one else, no Mary. Did Jesus says to you, put a picture of Mary? Do even he says, for a picture of me? Did the Bible anywhere says make a picture of God? You're an idiot. So you are the one who have an obsession, and you are practicing taqiyya. You claim to be a Christian, but you practice taqiyya against Jesus. So you say to him, I believe in you, but I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to listen to the priest. The priest, they say so. I trust them. You're a priest. Just a few weeks ago, he says, why religion? Why you say your God, my God, is wrong? All religion lead to God. That did not make you upset because you are not a Catholic. A true Catholic will spit on the Pope. Because a true Catholic, he knew that the Bible is saying that only Jesus is the Savior. And the Bible says, whoever denies the Son and the Father is an Antichrist. So people like you, they are fake Christians. Not only you are practicing taqiyya with God, you are practicing taqiyya with yourself. You are worried about Christian Prince saying the truth. We are going to expose anyone. He is a Protestant, he is a Catholic, he is an Orthodox, anyone who do false teaching. Anyone who deny the Ten Commandments is going to be under our shoes. God said, make no image for what is up in heaven or down on earth. And what is the purpose? To worship them. Anyone disobey God is not with God. You are a Catholic or a Protestant, you are Orthodox, who care? What we care for, are you following the Bible? The book is in front of you. And you know, I can give myself a million excuses to fornicate. Trust me, I can. This is exactly what people do. I can make a excuse for anything I want to do. Like they built the temple. God told them to make an image of cherubim. Here we go. The Bible says so. First of all, this is in the holy ground in the temple, which nobody even can enter there. Even the priests can enter there once. Even people don't see it. And God is the one says do that. And he described how the angel looked like. Did he say to you, make an image of Jesus? If he said, go ahead. You are the same as the Muslims. The Muslim Sunni, they say to the Shia, you do taqiyya, mut'ah. Mut'ah is haram. Okay. Why it's haram? Because it's prostitution. But Prophet here allowed it once. It's okay, allowed it once. That means the Prophet he is a prostitute too. But so what the Sunni do? They say we don't practice mut'ah no more, but they give it different name. So many who claim to be Christian, they do give themselves excuse. Why he fornicate? Because we are weak and we get tempted. Okay, you repent? No more. Don't you know that Jesus, he said to the women who did fornicate, I will not judge you too. But he said to her, go and sin no more. So I can find any time a verse in the Bible to cover my sin, but I have to ignore the verse after it and all the verses before it. This is what the Muslim they do. Jesus says, my God and your God. They forgot about the rest what Jesus said. They choose this verse only. That sentence. Hypocrite people. Did Jesus follow the Sabbath? The Sabbath is not, you see, the Sabbath, when God he gave the Sabbath to the Jews, it's not because God he needs Sabbath, but because Jews need Sabbath. The Jews, they were greedy, and they want to make themselves and their servant work 24 hours, 7 days a week. So God, he forced Sabbath on them as a mercy for them and for their servants. This is why Jesus said, Sabbath was made for the man, not the man was made for Sabbath. So look what happened. In October 7, when Hamas attacked the Jews, the Israeli in general, many Jewish people who they are very, very much like they want to practice the Old Testament literally. They don't understand that the Bible never said that to them what they did. So they turn their phone off. They turn their radio off. They turn the electricity off. Everything is off. It's Sabbath, brother. The Bible says so. You don't turn the fire on. You don't cook. You don't do anything. So they start hearing the bullets and the rockets all over. They run to their rooms where they have safe rooms, built especially for war. But none of them open the phone to check what's going on. That is a form of stupidity. So what will happen now if I open my phone to see what happened, what's going on in Sabbath? Is God going to kill me? Is he going to destroy me? Is he going to send me to hell? Is that really what the Sabbath is about? So those people, they understood the Sabbath wrong. Sabbath was made for you. So instead of being working like a donkey non-stop, you will take this day for you. You pray, you fast, you do what you need to do with your family, but it's for you. God do not need your Sabbath. In fact, the Bible is so clear. Every day you designate to God is a Sabbath day. So either we act like those ignorant, and then we start worshiping the Sabbath, not God, because now Sabbath is more important than God. Sabbath. And this is what the Jews did to the Jesus. You know, when Jesus was doing an act in the Sabbath, they said, who is this guy? Is breaking the Sabbath? How dare you to break the Sabbath? So many people around us, they read the same line in the Bible, but they try to make it fit with their own agenda or their own understanding. All right. Like, you know, what about the question, can we eat pork? You know, people, they are like, you want to be silly. The word Incayas, and he is worried about the pork, like the Muslims, you know. He go fornicate, he have sex with the children, he killed, he rape, and then, brother, Alhamdulillah, I don't eat pork, you know. I eat I need to put a cream. I injured myself today, so I want to put a cream, antibacterial. It's burning. It's like little injury. So, so the Muslim, you know, he don't eat pork. I mean, he's a good guy, right? And then you will see a guy. You know, they focus on what they eat. They focus on what the Bible. When the Bible mention about food, is about why. It's not about God. God don't care really if you eat pork, or you know, it's not going to hurt him. It's not going to make him sick. It was for your benefit. So all the command of God is for the benefit of the man. In old days, things is different from now. Like now, many people, they go and they hunt pigs in the wild. But if you think about it, those pigs, they eat even dead bodies. They might even eat a human being if they find a human being, you know. And they can carry a massive kind of disease. It was for your benefit. It's not about pork. It's not the pork the problem. This is why Jesus says, it's not what go inside the mouth, it's what come from the mouth. So you will see Jesus always correcting their understanding, because they think about things in a different way. They think it's about food. They think really God is about, you know, if you eat pork, you are my enemy. No, this is not the scenario. But there's food is healthy for you, or a food can bring a disease and disaster for you. All right. Anything else? You know, everyone he think in the way he like, and you know, if you wanna be like, let's say, an intelligent being, you need to think out of the box. Don't put yourself in the box of food. It's not what make you a good guy if you don't eat pork. This is not what make you a quality person. Right? Common sense. It's a common sense. If I don't eat pork, and I don't, and I keep the Sabbath, and you know, I do everything in the book. But when I pray to God, I pray to Him by my lips, but not my heart. I'm not a truly believer. I'm saved? No. Here we go. I'm doing everything. You are doing exactly what the Muslims do. They think if they pray 5 times, because Muhammad told them, you fast, you do Hajj, you do Jihad, that's it. This is why in the Quran he says, like, don't say we are believers, don't say we are believe, say we are Muslims. All right? It doesn't go for us. We as a Christians, like Jesus even said it clearly that people will do miracles in His name. Not only they pray in His name, they do miracles in His name. He will say to them, stay away, depart away from me, I do not know you. Because they did not do those miracles for His glory, they did it for them glory. So they will be praised, they will be, you know, people give them the front line, the front chair, give them money, you know, kissing their hands, as you see many priests or bishops, you know, having nice cars. The second you see them, they give you their hand to kiss it. His you know, the holy, His Highness, you know, whatever his name is, you know, like the holy, suddenly he is the highest. You know, Jesus, he used, when he entered Jerusalem, he entered in the top of a donkey. Now they're His Highness, His Holiness. Right? Yeah. And yet they claim to be Christians. What make any human being holy? All right. And again, you know, whatever you say, you will make somebody upset, which is good. Because when you make people upset, that means you say something serious. Why Muslims circumcise? You know, according to Islam, there is no reason really to circumcise. Muhammad can't explain, but Muhammad was copying what he learned from the Jews. He was trying to be a Jew, you know. When Muhammad is like the same as Obama. Obama in the front of the Muslim, he say, I'm a Muslim. He quote the Quran. In the front of the Christians, he go to a Protestant church, and he hold the gospel, and he shake his head, and he is believer. The same as Biden, you know, the Biden, the one who put the flag of the homosexual in the Easter day in the White House. He go in the church, just in the TV, you know, the TV, like, you know the thing. Yeah. So, what is the name of the God? You know the thing. So people, they do things. It's just to appear to be something. So the Muslims, they follow Muhammad. Muhammad, he is trying to make himself like the Jews, but he himself, he never circumcised. Muhammad never circumcised. But in the front of the Jews, he's trying to say to them, I'm not far away from you. Okay, you believe in Moses? I believe in Moses. You see, no problem. Just believe in me. You do circumcision? Okay, I will command my people to do circumcision. So he did many things in order to get close to the Jews so they can believe in him. But they did not. They got him busted. He did the same with the Christians. They did not. They got him busted. And then the result of that, he says, kill the Christian and the Jews wherever you find them, and make them pay jizya if they want to live. So, like, you know, if I am now, you will see a Muslim leader is coming to America wearing a suit because he want to look like them, he want to dress like them, he don't want to dress like an Arab. If he walk in the street, everybody will be looking at him. Unless he want to do it on purpose, so get attention. You know, like a Muslim sheikh. He want to show that he's a sheikh. So he dressed like an Arab. So people, they do things for the purpose of showing, not because they believe in something necessarily. Anything else? You know, if we are limited in our thinking, we will be acting the same as the Pharisees in the time of Jesus. They were very limited, and they were taking everything literally. And that's why Jesus did not appeal to them, because he is doing what is the opposite of what they do. All right. Anything else? Explain little about Balkan War. My friend, what can I explain? I believe it's a war happened in the wrong time. Like if the war in the Balkan happened after Clinton is gone, I think the result will be different. So it's a wrong time. At that time, Soviet Union collapsed. Russia is very weak. European and American, I'm talking about evil government, they want to extend, and the price doesn't matter but the price. So whoever opposes them is going to go under their feet. The Serbian, they are against the extension of the Western over them. They favor more Russia. And because you favor more Russia, you pay the price. That's all. They side with the Muslims, and they kill the Christians. The same as when they side with Turkey against Armenia. The same, they go flat in their belly when the Turkish, they occupy Cyprus. Yeah, I know about the mosaic. Yeah, I just mentioned it. All right, anything else? My friend, Israel will sign an agreement with those countries. Ask yourself, first of all, are they at war with those countries? Is Israel at war with Saudi Arabia? Those agreements are false, because already Saudi Arabia have relationship with the Israeli. In fact, the Israeli intelligence and the Saudi intelligence, they are meeting for many years already. Those agreement is just for, let us say, to announce the secret relationship, not to start a relationship. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. right? Why does Israel send weapon to Azerbaijan? Well, because the stupid Armenians, sadly, they side with Iran. Until now, the Armenian in Lebanon, they side with Hezbollah. So you side with their enemy, they side with your enemy. Stupid president of Iran, of Armenia. Like what you expect them to do? I mean, you side with their enemy. Do you think they are going to be happy with it? You side with their enemy, they side with your enemy. Until now, the Armenian Christians in Lebanon, they defend Hezbollah. It's a fact. And when the Azerbaijan and Turkey attacked them, the first one who washed their hands from them, it was Putin and Iran. Iran announced that this is the land belong to Azerbaijan right away. I worry about all the sleeper cells in our country. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you mean about Muslims, but I think in America, I mean, their dream is very limited because they are very small, tiny minority, very small. The biggest risk now in America is those gangs coming from Venezuela, very messed up country, you know, and the stupid Biden and Kamala Harris, they allowed them to come. Those are causing a massive, you know, crimes numbers. All right. Ceasefire IDF Hamas for the release of hostages. You see, Hamas, they are not really interested in releasing the hostages for ceasefire because ceasefire for what? There's nothing left. What is left exactly? Nothing. You know. Same time, I believe that the hostages already are in Egypt. You see, the Israeli, they made a big mistake when they attack. Instead of attacking from the south of Gaza, they attack from the north. And then you ask yourself, okay, well, where is the tunnels of Hamas? Oh, they are to Egypt. You should attack from there. So they waited for the last thing to attack the border with Egypt. By that time, all the hostages are abroad. They might even be in Iraq already, or maybe in Iran. A very bad tactic of the Israeli army. When you are attacking an enemy, the first thing you do, you cut the vein and the nerves. And those exist in the border with Egypt. What the Israeli army did? They spent 10 months in Gaza, but they never get close to Rafah. Big mistake. If they start from the first day to Rafah, the war will be shorter because there's no more supply coming, and Hamas will be surrendered because simply they cannot escape. Right now, we don't know how many of Hamas already are out. Maybe 10,000, maybe 20,000, maybe 30, maybe 40. The tunnels were open. Whoever have access to it, he will leave. Why he will stay? If I am in Israel, Israeli in charge of Israel, I will not even think about the hostages no more. Not because I don't care for my people, but because, you know, the the future of a nation is more important than 100 or 50. I don't know how many left alive, maybe 50, maybe less. But which one is more important, the future of a nation or 50 hostages? The whole idea of Hamas is we capture hostages and we make the Israeli go down to their knees. And they win with the war. They will win the war because of the hostages. This is what they were thinking. But then things did not go as they wish. They were not able to control the Israeli decisions based on the hostages as before. All right. No, I think the Israeli, uh, we don't know really what happened inside the government. For us, we see what we see in the news. But what we see in the news have sometimes most of it is not really what's happening in reality. We don't know what the reason make them start from that area, not from Rafah. We don't know exactly. But still it's a mistake. Doesn't matter what the reason, it is a mistake. Like if you know that your enemy is getting his weapon from that place, why that place will be attacked in the last day, not in the first day? It doesn't make sense, you know. Like now, Israel actually is attacking the borders with Syria, between Syria and Lebanon. Okay, sounds smart. Why did it not do the same with the Gaza? Because all the weapon of Hezbollah is coming from Syria, all of it, and maybe a little coming from the port. Because simply, thanks to George Bush, Iran now, and Obama, Iran now is not in Iran no more. Iran today is all the way Iraq and Syria connected, one country. So the trucks of weapon come all the way through Iraq, then go to Syria, and then they go to Lebanon. So the Israeli right now, they are what they are start doing. They start attacking all the legal ports between, like land port between Syria and Lebanon, or illegal because there's many roads are open. It's a border. So they are watching the borders clearly, carefully, and anything walk by, any truck, anything, they shoot it. And they are even going inside Syria and attacking warehouses or any Iranian groups of Hezbollah or etc. CP, don't be racist and calling Slavs slaves. I did not call Slavs slaves. I said they call you certain name because you were a slave for them. I did not say that. I don't know if you know how to read. You can go and read about your history if you are from there. All right. Secondly, when somebody says don't be racist, I don't want to be rude, but we have to be racist. The comment you said to me now is racist. You just defend the Slavic people, right? Because it's your race. So you claim that you are not racist, but you are racist, which is normal. There's two kinds of racism. There's positive and negative. Like if I ask you who is your father, you give me his name. Okay, who is the father of your father? You give me his name. Okay, who are your people? You give me their name. Okay, this is racism. This is your race. But this is not bad. Racism, if you say something not true about a group of people to insult them. As an example, uh, if I say, American, Indian, they are never exist, or let us say they are bad, or any, if they are bad, and I say they are bad, well, they are bad. I'm not being racist. I'm just saying what I know, what happened in history. If I'm saying they are good and they are not good, that means I'm making fun of them, or I'm being a hypocrite liar. So when you describe somebody with something is not true to insult, that is simply racism. Or you discriminate by not treating him like he as the same as others. Like if you are a Mexican and you apply for a job, so I rejected you. Why? Because you're a Mexican. That means I'm racist. If I reject you because you're not qualified, that have nothing to do with racism. But it can happen that you are Mexican. So racism not always is wrong, because all of us, we belong to a race somehow. Some they are Asian, some they are black, some they are white. Race is the very nature of a human being. All right. And if somebody wanna label you as racist, he can find anything you say racist. As an example, you can say Jesus was racist. He says, "I came to my people." Did he say that? Did Jesus says, "I came to my people"? What is my people are? No, this is a statement of, if you wanna if you wanna make it with the label you do, you make it, this is race. He came to his race, the race of his people, the Jews, and then my people rejected me, right? But is that a statement of racism? No, he's just stating a fact. He came to his people rejected him. Uh, but because we are in the time where if you say anything, you are afraid from people accusing you, and you have to be politically correct. So you cannot speak against homosexuality because you are a potato coward. You don't dare to say anything about those transgender trying to go to the bathroom with girls, exposing themselves to little kids, because you are a hypocrite potato, and you decide to become a coward because you're afraid they will say, you will be censored, right? Like I have a channel of 197,000. Uh, Anything I say, it can cause to close my channel. Well, who care? I will open a new one. You know, close it. What that would do? So when you are a potato, a person who compromise, you are a lizard. You change your color depend where you are. So I go. It's like Kamala Harris. She went to where? To Georgia. Suddenly she started speaking like people in the South. Like you mama. So suddenly, and she go like they change their color wherever they go. She is Indian. She became black. When you are a hypocrite, you are nobody, because you are trying to copy everybody else to make yourself go through. All right. All right. Anything else? You will be caught them. They don't care. I mean, YouTube is a massive company. They have a billion trillion a human being. They will care if Christian Prince, you know. I mean, those people they block even Trump. He was a president, right? He was a president, the president of USA. They block his account on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. You know. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, you know, like you see, why I don't have advertising on my page? Do you know why? YouTube keep sending me emails to monetize. If I monetize, many of you will start donating. Everybody knows, and it's weird, by the way. People they come and donate in YouTube, but nobody will go and donate in Patreon. But anyway, if I monetize, they will push my channel because they make money from it, advertising, etc. But now my channel is useless for them. They don't get any benefit. They don't post advertising. They don't make money from it. So I'm using their service for free, and they don't get the benefit of it. This is why you might see even the number is way lower than it should be. If you monetize, they will push your channel so more people will watch. But YouTube will not push a channel which is not monetized, because this is how they make money. Advertising, you make donation, they will take a part of it, big part of it. And because you don't do anything beneficial for them, they might find tons of reasons of what you say to close your channel. Right? It's very offensive to say slave for a slave. Okay. All right. Let us see. This guy, he keep coming back to the same topic. All right. Just to show you that you are ignorant and you are a donkey, certified donkey. He keep repeating the same thing. Do you see, guys, my screen? Do you see my screen? This guy, he keep coming back, says it's a, it's not nice to say the word Slavic coming from a slave. It says it's you're ignorant. I mean, what I would do with potatoes? He keep coming back, saying the same thing. Can you read? What is the potato? He keeps saying to me, it's not nice to say the word Slavic coming from slave. Are you still alive? And then we can go deeper. Do you see it? Muslims. Do you see it? Do you see it? One of the biggest problem you see with people is, like the guy, he even speak Russian, and he is Slavic, but he don't know his history. I am the Arab who have no idea about his people. I know more than him. And he keep coming back. It's not nice to say that. It's not right to say that. It's wrong to say that. He think I'm insulting him. I'm just saying what the reason. You're ignorant. It's not about nice or not nice. What nice? Lord have mercy. All right. Are you happy now? Any other question? Yeah, in fact, my channel is now 197. I'm surprised because usually by the number 70, 80, the YouTube they delete my channel. This has never happened before. Otherwise, by now I should have like 4 million, 5 million subscribers, not 197,000. That's not, that's not normal. All those you see them speaking about Islam, they were, kids. They didn't know anything about Islam. Most of them, if I say maybe 90% of what they learn from me. Especially the one who do not know Arabic. No. Because the first fact, in order to check facts, is to know the language. And as you see, anything written in English about Islam is fake and false. Like, if now I am a person who don't speak Arabic, forget about my degrees in Islam. But if I don't speak Arabic, whatever they say here, I have to take it as it is because I don't know what it says. I have to take the translation. But we know that every single Islamic translation is false. It's almost impossible to find one verse have correct translation. How many times we showed you Ibn Kathir? Ibn Kathir, the page in Arabic, 90% of it is gone in the English translation. So if I want to read for you Ibn Kathir in English to give you what Islam teach, Ibn Kathir in English is totally different from Ibn Kathir in Arabic. So, every human being have a different target in his life. If I am here to make money, I will monetize my channel. YouTube will push my channel. I will go by their rules. I will never speak negative about homosexuality or transgender or anything, will make them upset, and then you can be fine. You can be very fine, and you will make money, and people will give donation, and the number of subscribers will increase so fast. Yeah, I mean, this is how you can be successful in the business of making money. This is why some people, when YouTube take monetizing from them, they stop coming to YouTube or they make a new channel. Okay, this channel does not make money. I will open a new one. The other one is not flagged yet, and they have new account, totally new account. That's it. And then I start monetizing. And then I will give my old channel to somebody, and I will make myself generous. I will say I will give my channel to this person. What do you think about the shape of the crucifixion? Cross, X or T? I don't know why it's going to be X, because the normal thing, the cross of the Roman is known, and the Roman is the one who did the crucifixion, and usually the Roman, they have their cross in a certain way. However, that's not really important. Like all the life problems around you, this is what you are worried about. The cross is X or etc. You better think of something more serious, right? The important is that Christ, he died on the cross for us. Like the Bible says, cursed is the one who is hanged on a tree. Tree, right? Is that true? But the word tree means wood, not really tree. Every time have its own language. If somebody describing for you his mother-in-law, and he's saying my mother-in-law is ugly, is he talking about how she looked like? Mostly no. Mostly he's talking about her behavior. But you can be limited and think about her as she is a person who don't look good. It depends in your brain how you see things. You know, a person, he might say to you, "You are so sweet." Ah, you might think that this guy was licking you, maybe. You know, he found you sweet. Maybe it's a mosquito was biting you, but he might be making mostly something else. So depending how I read language and how smart and how limited I am, I can see the language meaning. So I can say they said he is a sweet. Oh, maybe they are licking him. No, they are saying he's a sweet person. He's nice. Or I can say he's ugly, but maybe talking about his face. But what about maybe he's ugly with his behavior? Disgusting. Okay, disgusting maybe because he smell bad. So any word in language can take any, any direction you wish. It's up to you how you want to see it. However, usually story have, let us say, borders and walls and windows and floor. So you have to put all the pictures together so we can get the correct answer for what they meant. All right? Not too sweet? I remember when I was a kid, there's an old woman. She come, she's a Muslim, but my mom, she give her food. Very old. So, she knock at the door, and when I was a kid, I have long hair, and I get so upset from this woman, very upset, because when she speak to me, she speak to me as a girl, She don't recognize that I'm a boy. So she said to me, but in the Arabic language, like there's a language you say to a female and a male. So she said, go and tell your mama, honey, that I'm here. But she's speaking to me as a girl. So what I do, I used to close the door, and she sat there, and I said to her, I told you before, I'm a boy, but she keeps doing the same, So I used to close the door on her, and then I don't go and tell my mom. And then my mom, she find out that I'm doing that. She said, why you are doing that? She said, each time she come here, she speak to me as I'm a girl. And I told her I'm a boy. So my mom, she told her, he have a long hair, but he is a boy. She said, I don't care. I will say he is a girl as long as he have a long hair. So everyone will see you as he wish. Here we go. She's stubborn. She's an old woman. She decide as long he have a long hair. I was like maybe, I don't know. So that's it. He have a long hair. He's a girl. You convince her. My mom, she spoke to her. She said, it's not nice. He's a boy. He's making us upset. She told her, why he's getting upset? He said, see, you just said he. Oh boy. So anyway, anyone, when you decide to see things in your way, that's it. Nobody can make you see something different. So when a person, he is, let us say, in love with a woman, she might be, like not good looking, or the opposite, a man, he is not good looking, but she see him so handsome, this is how she see him. So what you see, not necessarily is what it is. It's what you decide to see. And the same for reading, because reading is seen. You see in the, like in the Aramaic, you say qarra wa ra'a. Qarra, which means he moved his lips, you know. Ra'a, which means he saw. Like he say what he saw. So when you read, you are reading with your lips what you saw. So everything is connected to what you see. And what you see is not necessarily the truth, because it's your way of seeing things. I wish my English is better to explain to you what I meant or what I mean by this. But like you know, me, I read the Quran. Muslim read the same verse. I see stupidity. They don't notice. You know, both of us, we are seeing the same thing. We are reading every letter, the same letters. But they see something, I see something else. Because they decide to see without really reading and understanding. I decide to see and read and understand. And that goes for everything in life. Like when you speak to people about what you see on them, how I think about a person. Is Muhammad prettier? Yeah, anyway. Sometimes, you know, we force ourselves to see things in a certain way because we are afraid of reality. Like you know, human beings sometimes go in denial as a refuge, as like they say, you do asylum to that something not real, because reality is maybe bad for you. So what do? You deny what you are living, and you start believing in something far away from the truth, you know, because simply this is the only way you make yourself feel better. And there's many people that live in such a stage most of their life. The second you notice, or the second you admit the wrong on you, you will start feeling unhappy because you are not, you know, satisfied anymore. You know, you are nothing good there. So what do you do? You decide to deny your own fault or your own bad in order to live a life of comfort. It's like a drugs. You know, you live in denial. All right. Is it true that Muhammad was very pretty? Well, I don't know. You know, Muslims, they claim that Muhammad was very handsome, but according to Muslims, the most handsome person in Quraysh was a guy, his name is Dahya al-Kalbi. And that's why Angel Jibreel came in his look. And then you ask yourself, why Allah he made the most handsome guy is not Muhammad then? I mean, you see, nobody noticed how pretty Muhammad is until Muhammad he claimed to be a prophet and after he died. Because we don't see really anything speaking about how good looking he is. You know? Anyway, I mean, why those Muslims are focusing, mostly they are focusing on how white he is. But why it's so important of how good looking a person is? Is he a prophet, or he is a fashion designer, or he is a gigolo, like his father? His father used to sleep with women for exchange of money, as the hadith says. So, like we don't notice anywhere in the Bible speaking about how Jesus looked like, because simply this is not important. The quality of Jesus is not the look. you know, some culture believe that a person who have a nice face, he's a good quality. For me, I believe this is absolutely false. In fact, when you are good looking in the standard of a human being, when they call you good looking, depend on the culture too, like because every culture is different. As an example, in the old days, the Arab they used to believe a woman she is overweight is the pretty one. The woman she is skinny is ugly, very ugly. Nobody will marry her actually. But anyway, so in the standard of every culture, when they call somebody good looking, some culture they connect the look, your face, your appearance, to how good you are. And obviously, this is kind of a deception, far away from the truth. Because most of people who they are good looking in the average of a human being culture is the one who is proud, arrogant, and he abuse others. If there is two women uh, somewhere, one is so pretty, extremely pretty, and the other woman she is not really too much. How many they will offer help, anything for the pretty women? How many they will invite her for a lunch or a dinner or to go out? And how many they will invite the women who is not, again, with the standard of human being culture, who is not good looking? How many they will treat her the same way? Very few. So because those people who they have a very good looking in your standard, they will be spoiled by you. They will be spoiled. They will be arrogant, they will be proud, and then they will go into wrong direction. This is why you see that most of women who work in prostitution, they are very pretty. I mean, some of them, they are extremely pretty actually, because they found that their beauty is their treasure. They don't have anything else. Then you will find that the women who is not really too much pretty, she focus in education, skills, like to reach into a position, she have to struggle because she is not getting help like the pretty women. She struggle a lot. She is treated less than a human being sometimes. Even people, they might look at her down because, as I said, some culture, they look at you in a bad way just because of your look, because they believe a good-looking person bring good things with him. So society will start mistreating you, not because you commit a crime. You are born, maybe, like me, not good-looking, let us say. So, and then you have to find your place in society. Even to get married, you will not find a person to marry you, because why they want to marry you? I mean, give them a reason. Many of men, they will marry you because you're good looking, or maybe you're rich. Which one are you? Are you rich or good looking? If you don't have any of them, you're doomed. And I'm talking in general, not necessarily everywhere. Like as an example, in the Middle East, this is how the case is. If a woman she is not very good looking, nobody will marry her. That's it. She's history. So society will be mistreating you. To find a job is hard, and if you find a job, it's going to be a difficult job. But if you are a good-looking woman, anybody will offer you a job as a secretary with very high price. And sorry, I mean it's a price actually, not salary. I used a perfect word, price, not salary, because he's paying for something, not for your your qualification as secretary. He is paying for something else. So when a human being he find himself having some advantage above others, and mostly it's about looking, that will make him empty and shallow and arrogant and a fool. And usually those people, they end in a very wrong place. Prostitution, I mean, anything connected to their look, not to their qualification or quality. Like, these days, you will see that those people who they work in fashion. I'm sure many of you they saw fashion show. Like if I type here fashion show, hold on. Those who work in fashion show are really they are working only in fashion. I mean, obviously they don't care to get naked in the front of the camera, right? It's obvious. And they will choose them from, like, they bring 500 girls and they choose from the 500 maybe five. All right. Are they going to end only there, or the end is a prostitution? It's a prostitution. This is YouTube. I just type fashion show. Sorry, here we go. Look, naked. Look, see, naked. Her breast is coming out. Yeah. So, but you ask any of them, she will say, "I'm a model." She's a model. This is a model, modeling. But in reality, it's a prostitution. What make them go there is their look. If they don't have the look, they will be looking for a real career. But for some, this is a real career. This is the best of career. I mean, she will be in TV. She is so proud of how good looking she is. She will make a lot of money, but she end, with sexual diseases, sleeping with rich men, and maybe you get lucky, and one of those men they marry you. But usually they don't. They just sleep with you, and then they dump you, the same as the rest of women they use and abuse. But this is fashion, my friend. Yeah, it's not nakedness, it's not prostitution. They call it fashion, and they make like a big show and a lot of money, and people around the world they come from. Look at this. She looked like a zombie actually. Even she's walking like a kangaroo. She have no meat, like bones, just bones. There's no. Lord have mercy. If you turn the fan on, she will fly. Yeah, but this is their fashion. But now this is a career and this is a job. But I'm sure she don't know how to cook an egg, and how she make a dress, or how to take care of a baby, or how anything, But I mean, they're good looking, right? That's always important. Yeah. All right. Oh, you guys, you don't see pictures? Sorry. Okay. Well, good. That's because I passed some pictures are very bad. All right, that's good. Yeah, I was showing. I mean, like, yeah, fashion, brother, fashion. Those are not prostitute. Those are doing fashion. Yeah. Look, her breast is coming naked. Yeah. This is fashion. This is just another form of prostitution. So a whore, she called herself a model. Yeah, I was talking about this girl here in the video here. She have no, I mean, she is bones, literally bones. That is fashion. Anyway, and a lot of stupid people, they spend their life money saving on fashion. And the smart one, they steal your money just because you decide to buy their fashion. I buy a jeans from Walmart for $10. Who is going to know where my jeans is made? And mostly is made in China anyway. And actually, most of the fashion is so stupid. I mean, who is going to walk in the street and he is showing her breast? And mental. Anyway, stupidity is amazing. Yeah, this is fashion. Look at the fashion. Yeah. I mean, we cannot even, there's some, they are very shameful, disgusting. Yeah, this is fashion. The guy who opened his t-shirt, that is a fashion. I mean, there is something new. A jeans, a pant, and a shirt. That's it. That is a fashion now. Buy it, buy it. That will make you handsome. And now any guy who is not good looking, he think if he buy the same, he will look the same. Yeah, this is fashion. Look at this guy. I mean, this is very fashion. Like even there's a fashion show in Saudi Arabia. Oh boy. All right, we better stop the pictures here. Enough garbage. Anyway, those women, they call themselves models. It's just like a nickname for prostitution. She is a woman who is willing to go naked on the stage if you pay her. And her mom and her dad will be so proud of her. My daughter in TV. You know? Right? Escort, you know. This potato, he keeps saying something I did not say. Look, guys, look at this guy. You have offended my people saying slaves are Slavs. You stupid idiot. I did not say the Slavs are slaves. I said the word is slaves. This is why you are called a Slav, because they used to buy you as a slave. And I prove it. And you're a monkey. Get out of here. I mean, what's wrong with this guy? You know, CP, you offended my people. Get out of here, potato. Where did I get those monkeys from? This is where the word is coming from. You are just a donkey, you idiot. It's in front of you. This is why you are called Slavic. So you deny where the name is coming from. You are offending me. Who cares about offending you? I'm saying the truth. You're a stupid monkey. What I would do with those monkeys? The word slave is related to the Latin roots of the word Slavic. You offended my people. So I was a prostitute, though, although I never wear such a dress. Drunk, smoke. Well, fashion, those who do fashions, how you do fashion? Can you tell me? The one who do the fashion design is a man. You change, I mean, we saw many documentary about them. They change their clothes in front of each other. Men are there. The one who do the hair, you will be changing your hair, you will be changing your clothes naked, and the guy doing your hair. So don't tell me I was a prostitute or not. Yes, you are a prostitute. You are showing your body. This is the whole idea of what you do. You are just a toy. They place you on the stage. They make you dress almost naked, if not naked, and then you call yourself a model. For me, anyone work in this business is an escort. Isn't it the wife of Trump was an escort too, and she was a model? Is that true? They take pictures with nakedness. You take, there's no limit. You could not find a better job than a model. That is your qualification. Your butt and your legs. And I am assuming that you are saying that to get attention, that you are pretty. Hey, Christian Prince, are you saying I was a prostitute because I was doing fashion? Are you trying to tell the people here that you are so pretty? Well, guess what? Me, myself, I used to work as a striptease in a striptease club for blind women. I applied for a job. They said to me, I don't know what we can give you. You are so ugly, man. I said, anything, man, anything. I want to make living. They said, okay, listen, we have a striptease club. Uh, like, but I think we can get you there. I said, oh, really? I said, yeah. It's a blind women club, you know. All what you need to do is just talk. Your voice is okay. So you talk, you're fine. They will think you're very handsome. I said, okay, good job. And money start coming like rain, brother. And you tell me this is not a prostitution. Yeah. You have to offend everybody here. I don't know where you are doing walk. I don't know which country you are doing your fashion. Maybe it was you know, shish kebab country. I don't know which country it is. But what I know, if you are okay, are you living in the West? DGO, the one who do fashion. Do you live in the West? Do you live in the West? Being runaway model, not always about being pretty. I don't know. What I know that I don't see the one is not pretty on the runaway. In fact, I see them ugly actually, all of them, because they are so they don't eat. You know, those they are bones. Their bones is coming out. They don't even look like a human being. They look like they are dead zombie. Okay, if you don't live in the West, and this is not fashion then, because I don't know where you live. Where you live? Which country you live in, DGO? Which country you live in? Can you tell us where you did your fashion? In Somalia? If you did fashion in Somalia, I am sure you were wearing burqa. Okay, now you are fine for me. Are you happy now? But everyone knows that when we say fashion, this is what the fashion people do. Bikini, burkini, nikedini, the skirt is less than 1 inch. All right? Are you a fashion? You do fashion in Indonesia? Really? Oh, okay. In Indonesia, they are okay. Hold on. Let us see. Let us see how fashion in Indonesia is. All right, give me a second. Remember, we have we have YouTube. I know. Here we go. I found fashion in Indonesia. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is this? This Indonesian woman is naked. She is doing fashion. Indonesia! Indonesia! Do you see, guys? You can see through everything. Oh boy. Indonesia! All right. No problem. We got it. All right. Yeah. Indonesia. All right. Let us change the picture. Hold on, wait. Shut up. Indonesia, huh? Yeah. Anything else? Oh, you guys, you did not see it? Oh, there's no screen. Thank God there's no screen. I thought you guys, you saw it already. Very good, very good. Oh boy. Okay. No, no, that's it. I'm not going to show it. Forget it. You can search in YouTube yourself. Oh boy, oh boy. All the industry of fashion uh, is very, very suspicious. Suspicious. And you know, a woman, she could not find a job except wearing a clothes on the stage. Is that a job really? And okay, what will happen after they finish? What you would do tomorrow for a living? If there's a fashion show every day, the money they pay you is extremely high for a reason, right? A lot of money. And usually those kind of fashion, so-called fashion show, they come with the, you know, they invite them to escort rich businessmen. Uh, and in order even to get in the show, sometime you have to do some business. For me, I believe all of it is garbage. And involve something dirty. Why you don't do topic on atheist? No, I do. Always. Don't you hear me every day? I receive a phone call from the monkey Zakir Naik. He proved that Darwin is right. Right? If I debate an atheist, we will talk about what? He will say to me his origin is a monkey. I have to agree. He won the debate. Why would I agree? You know, right? Yeah. Dondi is looking for me. He said, take off his skirt. In fact, when he spoke in such a language, obviously he is a homosexual. Because why a man he will say such a thing? Let us say, I mean, if I am wearing a skirt as he claimed, and I take off my skirt, what he will see? Why he like to see? Is a homosexual. So your Dondi Tan is a homo for sure. You know, like he's a prophet. And you know, I came to him, I challenged him, he ran away. So who is the one who? I don't think he was wearing a skirt. I think he was wearing a bikini. Have a look at Mufti Mink video about monetizing godness. Oh, okay. Who else I offended today? I feel happy today. I offended many people. Diana was a princess of runaway. Diana is a whore. This Diana, she slept with all the town, the driver, the cook, the Muslim. I mean, Diana, yes, Diana, princess, she's a princess. I mean, this is the different, by the way. If a woman, she is from a family, like they call them royal, even if she is a whore, they call her princess. But she's a whore. She is not a whore only, she is the whore of whores. I mean, there is a documentary about her. She slept with the cook, with the bodyguard, with the captain, with the sergeant, with the driver, with the Muslim. I mean, and they call her princess. The same as the king. The king they have is a whore. The king they have is a whore. In fact, I just posted a link, I think 2 weeks ago. They found that him and his son, they are stealing the money from charity. So imagine they go and, donate, to charity, to cancer, kids, cancer, support. And then people give, hundreds of thousands of dollars and pounds. And then the king and his son, they take them for vacation. Even the kings are thieves and hookers. I mean, the guy is a king, still he want to steal. Can you believe it? The idiot, he is a king. Huh? He's a king. And he have cancer. And yet, he is a thief. They never have enough. Hookers. They are hookers. But they call them kings and princes. And then when they die, everybody go on their funerals. People want to watch in TV. The king, Charles, he became a king. I mean, hookers. They give a glory to hookers. Did I offend anybody? I hope so. In the Middle East they say two things nobody talk about. If a woman, she is from a wealthy family, she got a pregnant like from illegal relationship, which is in the Middle East big shame. This is a big deal. Or a guy who is poor and he died. Two things nobody talk about. If you are a poor woman and you get a pregnant, the whole street will put you down, will insult you, will spit at you. But if you are from a worthy, powerful family, nobody would dare to talk about you. Princess Diana. Yeah. Everything is wrong. Nothing is right. Like even Trump, he brought to his, in the conference of Republican. I don't know who is the one who brought this woman. I mean, she is so trashy. So I mean, she have like 1,000 tattoo in her face. I mean, I don't want to describe more. But they brought her. She make a speech. I mean, she is a philosopher. I thought they want to bring a philosopher. Like someone. He wrote books. Somebody like. I mean, when you put somebody in the stage, and he asks people to who they bring naked women. Swifty Tyler. All those celebrity are hookers, even the men. Did you see any actors having, like, is very well-known actor, he don't have sceneries of him having sex with someone? All of them they do. Okay, why those, they don't call them porn stars? Here we go, he's having sex. They call her actor, they call her star, she is a whore. She's getting paid to have sex in the front of the camera. Okay, what the difference between a woman, she get paid to have sex in the car with somebody, and a woman, she do have sex in the front of the camera? Why we call that one a hooker, and we call this one a star? Both are hookers, right? I mean, do you see how hypocrite the society is? Can those singers, can they sing wearing clothes? The first time I heard about this Tyler, I remember I made a video about her. I thought it's a real video, but when I search her name, I never find a video of picture of her as wearing clothes. Always she's naked. The same as like this hooker Madonna. The same as what her name? Uh, Lady Gaga. I mean, the name is weird. Gaga. They cannot even sing wearing clothing. They have to be naked. Prince Harry's father is security guard. Only one security guard, his father? Only one? Are you sure? I'm not sure about that. I don't think it's one security guard. I think the whole I think the whole brigade of security guard is his father. Uh, all right. Tyler Swift is not a hooker. Oh, okay. She's a decent woman, huh? Yeah. Well, I don't know. What I know about, you know, the guy Diddy? I never heard of this guy before. I saw his picture before, but I heard about him when, after he got arrested. And then I start, who is this guy? And then you see that all those who's famous, who go through this guy, they did not get famous until they get screwed. Literally. Is that true? Is that true? The same goes for actors. Those directors, in order to give you a job in their movie, you have to do something for them. And then you think about it, okay, maybe, you know, this is for the girls. No, you go check, like, and just last year, there's many of them exposed. They are homosexual. So they force actors who they are men to sleep with them in order to get them inside the movie business. You want to be famous? You are new, nobody know you, nobody will hire you. Right? All the business of Hollywood involve prostitution. You can't even be successful anywhere unless you are doing prostitution business. What do you think about beauty pageant? It's just to make money from the fool, and again, it's a prostitution. Those who they become a pretty beauty, you know, they will use them for mostly sexual agenda. They end as escort, you know, commercial business, advertising. You know, for me, the way I see those things is the word of the losers. What a beauty queen. And you know, and then even that, by the way, if you sleep with the judges, you will be the number one. If you do extra service, or if a billionaire if you sleep with a billionaire who organized this match of beauty, he will make you the winner. You know, he's the one who ran the business, the whole event. It's just a big scam, my friend. What is the qualification of those people who they are in such a business? Again, it's just the physic, the physique, and that's why you are there. They want your body. Just face it. Too sad. Like, I'm not good looking, so nobody offer me such a job. But by the way, I can fit in any movie as terrorist. Trust me. If you know anybody is a director for a movie, he want an actor for terrorism, unbelievable. I mean, I look like a terrorist. I walk like a terrorist. I know how to use guns very well and shoot. You do not need to teach me. And I was scared the hell of anybody. So if you know anyone, he is in the business of movies, you need a terrorist in the movie, I'm ready. And I will not charge much. Baklava. Oh boy. As the Muslims, even the Muslims, they call me the terrorist crusade. He's a terrorist. Christian Prince is a terrorist. He support the acquisition. Mimi Hijab. He's a terrorist. I terrify the hell of you, potato. Yeah. All those business, anything in Hollywood is about prostitution, sex and money, all of those. You see, even those who have, let us say, like this guy Andrew Tate, why you will notice all of those who share the same hobby about buying expensive cars. All of it is connected to sex. Everything about it is about sex. It's just to get the attention. Trashy women, they will get attracted to expensive cars because simply they want the money. You're rich. The second they see that you are driving a car is $2 million car. I mean, come on. The car is $2 million. Huh? This guy, he don't need to prove that he's rich. And right away, those trashy women who they are very good looking, they will be in your bed, because you're not the purpose. The purpose is the money. So even when they have cars, it's about sex and money. Everything is connected. If if you own a car and the car costs $600,000, and my car, the price for it, let's say $5,000. I don't think it's given to give 5,000 if I want to say it. But let's say 5. I can drive only 65. He can drive only 65. So why he is spending all this money to buy a car? Because simply he want to show off. Because both of them, they do the same job. And they cannot go faster than the speed which is allowed. Right? So why somebody want to spend more than $500,000 or $1 million? What is the benefit of this car? You want to show off. When somebody buy a very expensive watch, he's buying it for the time or for the show off? To show off. You go to Walmart, you can buy a watch for $7. I bought actually a watch. I was traveling, I want to go to the ocean. So because I don't want to go to the beach, I have a phone with me or anything. Somebody will steal it. I'm alone. So I bought a watch from Walmart, and then I travel with it. And then this watch, I bought it, I think, for $8. Was working for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. And then the plastic, broke. But the watch still, I throw it away. The watch is still working. It's water resistant too. You swim with it, $7. And then you will find somebody, he pay $20,000 for the watch, maybe 50. I don't know. There's some crazy prices. Like, do you remember the bag of this woman, the wife of Sinwar? For me, I don't know about those. Bags are expensive. But then there's, someone told me, "Oh, this is a very expensive." I said, "How much?" And then the starts saying to me, "There is some for 200, 300,000." I could not believe it. There is a bag for 300,000. Why anyone want to buy a bag for $300,000? Like, even if you have money. So we live in different world, and there are some people live in different galaxy. Their world for them is to carry an expensive bag, so expensive, so they can show off, because then they feel that they have a value. If they don't carry such a bag, they feel that they are not valuable. So the money make them feel valuable because they are empty from inside. Yeah, that bag I think 30,000 or something. But there is some bags I think it's like 300,000, 400,000. Yeah, there's some dresses cost $1 million a dress. $1 million. Do you remember my other channels? Like, I did not go there because not many people come. But at that time, I monetized that channel in the beginning, and then I made a video. I made many videos about why we should not spend our money and buy expensive stuff. YouTube gave me a warning, you know, because I'm telling people not to buy. They told me if you make more videos and you have to delete those videos, like you have it's against we are playing commercial, you know. So I know exactly what they are saying. They do not say like word by word, but they are saying, the topic you are speaking of is against the monetizing policy. So if you continue, will cause that to make you lose that privilege. So I continued. I know they would do it, because I was telling people not to buy, not to, and I was explaining, if you remember, how commercial make you buy something you don't need. You don't need. And then they took off the monetizing because simply they warned me, and I continue doing it. Yeah, when you buy the brand, you are paying for the name, not for the quality, not necessarily. And most of those are made in China. Everything you buy from those expensive bags is made in China. Yeah. Anyway, you have to be smart, and you have to. You don't make your money easy, and when it can go so easy if you want. So if you decide to be an idiot who loses his money for nothing, there's many, they will be happy to steal your money. So when you buy those expensive things, who care? Many women, they think that men, when they look at them, they are looking at their bags, like how expensive. Trust me, most of men, they don't know. They don't know anything about those things. So she go and she spend a lot of money on her accessories, thinking that when she dressed like this, those men, they will see, wow, she is something, They don't care. Men, they don't care about those things. They don't even see them. A man is looking at a woman, depend who is he. If he is if he is looking at her in a sexual way, he will be looking at your butt. He will be looking at your legs. He will be looking at your boobs. He will not be looking at your back, trust me. Your back is only you see it, and other women maybe see it. But those men who they are looking for a sex and date, they will not be looking at your backs. Never. Uh, is that right? I know that my words is kind of harsh, but it's true. Right? And if a man he like you because you are rich, he will leave you as soon you are poor. And if a man he like you because you have a nice body, he will leave you as soon he see another woman she have nicer body. Right? Because he do not like you, he like your body. Anyone have a nice body, he will go for her. So keep, keep trying to make yourself look good. But anyway, men who like you for your look, they will leave you for the same reason they like you. Always you have to know the reason of interest, and then you will find the answer for the result tomorrow what will be. If somebody build a house to live in it, or somebody build a house to rent it, is that the same? No. Always the motive is different, and the motive will affect the result. A house for rent not necessarily will be a good house. A house to live there, I will care for how much cement in it, how strong it is, how good it is, because it's my house. I will live there. My comfort is about it. So the motive and the interest, they affect everything you do. So if a man he have a motive, and the motive is your body sexually, simply as soon he find the same motive he like you for, as soon he finds someone look better than you, he will leave you, because he never loved you. He was just looking for your body. All right. Like Muhammad, he married Khadija because she is rich, right? But then Muhammad, he asked a guy after Khadija she died, he told him, did you marry a widow or a little girl? He said, a widow. He said, why? Why you marry a widow? Why you don't marry a little girl? So Muhammad, he like a little girl. He don't like a widow. But so why he married a widow? Because she's rich. There's a reason. Your sister, she wastes money on bags and shoes every month. Okay, listen, let your sister listen to me, and I will speak to Prophet Muhammad, because in the heaven of Allah, she will have the most beautiful shoes and dresses. All what she need to do is donation. Send donation, and I will connect with Muhammad. All right. This way, the money will not be lost. Kabich. Muhammad, he went to a guy. He told him, if you give me your farm, his farm have 600 trees. Imagine at that time in the desert, 600 palm tree. So Muhammad, he promised him, if he give him his farm, Allah will give him a corner lot in heaven. You want to have a corner lot? Anyone of you have like a farm, 600 trees or something? I can talk to Muhammad, as long as I speak Arabic, and we are cousins, so I can ask him to give you a corner lot in heaven. Corner lot, I mean, come on, you can open Starbucks in heaven of Allah, you can open Starbucks, you can open shish kebab, hummus, anything, make a lot of money. I will get you the best corner lot in the heaven of Allah, right away in the front of Trump House, and your neighbor will be Yahya Sinwar. All right. I don't know what to do. The madness of people. You know, I hope, like, I might be offending some, especially ladies, who like to spend money over fashion, but trust me, I'm doing that for your benefit. You buy a dress, it's a fashion today, tomorrow will be useless because you care much for fashion, and because you care for it, you will not even wear it twice, maybe. Oh, people, they saw me in it last time, you know. If you keep doing this, you are not actually, you are not even satisfying yourself. You are trying to satisfy others. You are dressing for others, not for yourself. Do you like Mike Winger? I don't know who is this guy. I never heard of him. Who is this guy? What you do for a living? Nothing wrong with becoming a rich woman. Did I say don't become a rich woman? In fact, what I'm saying to you is, can I help you to be rich? Because if you stop spending, buying stupid clothes and fashion stuff, will make you save money. I'm not saying to you that be rich or be poor. Correct, guys? Did I say don't be like don't have money? I didn't say that. In fact, what I'm advising you is not to waste your money, because if you keep spending, and usually people who spend, they spend more than even they make because of this. They care too much of their look. You will never have money. You waste your money over silly stuff. You know, for me, even if somebody, let us say there is a friend or a sister or a family, they want to buy me a gift. I will be upset if it's expensive, even though I'm not paying for it. I do not need to prove it to you. This is who I am, you know. I'm just saying the truth for you. I will be very upset if it's expensive. Because I think about them. I mean, they care for me. Somebody want to buy you a gift, and it being so nice to you. Very care, you know, like he or she, they care for you, right? So, should I abuse their care? Or I can, okay, you know, you want to buy me something? Well, here we go. This is one. It's cheap and good. Yeah. Why you want to buy something expensive? So, this is something you should practice not only for yourself, anyone you care for. You should have always carry on the same mentality. First, you will be always satisfied because your life is simple and you don't care about what people say. My jeans for $10 or $7, I don't know how much I paid for it. Does it make any difference really if it's $100 or $200? It's the same. It's the same jeans, trust me. And both of them are made in China. But if you are possessed of like what people were saying, what are wearing, you will never be happy, because always people, they will, you know, if they are that kind. I don't want to be actually around people who they care for what I'm wearing. Actually, just today, I order a sewing machine. You believe it? You know, I have 7 shorts. I can't wear them. because the elastic and those shorts, you wash them, they damage. Even you wash them with water. I mean, obviously the elastic is very bad quality. So I'm not going to. I mean, sick of throwing shorts away. So I said I'm going to buy a machine, and I will fix it. So today I got a sewing machine. Tomorrow I will try to figure out how to use it. Oh boy. Yeah. So like you buy the short, I wash it first time, third time. Oops, you can't wear it no more. Look, what's wrong with those shirts? And they are using a very bad quality elastic. Okay, first short we put it inside. Second short, how long will we continue? So the machine will cost less than those short I'm going to throw away. So I bought a machine. Who is the bigot of this Abdul? No, I think Ultimate Fart is way better than this guy Destiny. This guy Destiny is, I mean, it's trash. I'm sure this Ultimate Fart, he will not give his wife to his a friend, right? But this guy Destiny, he did. Pashy people. All right. Should I make a video of myself working as a tailor? Hey guys, I got an idea. I'm going to be a fashion designer. What do you think? Huh? What do you think? Ladies, if you want to have any dress, expensive one, like, I make the most beautiful dresses. I will make a hole in the top where your head can come out, and then I will open 2 holes for your arms, all right? And there's no need for sleeves. Okay, it's hot. I don't know how to put them on anyway. And just make an order. Go to a Pataleo right now. And I think the dress will take, I don't know, maybe 5 minutes to finish it. And very fast, Yeah, you buy a pillow, long pillow. I mean, why long? I mean, women, they are wearing very short skirt these days. It's on the size of a pillow. So you make a hole in the top, and then you trim in the side of the pillow, in the shoulder, and that's it. And then you can put like some stitches for like, decoration. The machines, they have those things, and here we go. And if people, they say this is weird, this dress is weird, it's fashion, I mean, they have holes in the jeans, it's fashion. And like in the old days, if somebody wearing a pant and it have a hole in it, it's a big shame. Like, he tried to hide it, they stitch it, they try to make stitches inside so nobody see them, And now it's the holes is the fashion. I will make all the holes you want. I want to make the whole dress a hole. Don't worry. Yeah, it's a fashion for the a-hole. The idiots. Oh boy. Yeah, if you look at what they wear today and they call it fashion, you would die laughing. Lord have mercy. All right, how is people on Rumble doing? I think they are asleep. I see that you're in stream time. All right. Yeah, anyone want to make an order? I'm very disappointed. Until now, I received no orders. Actually, I have very good taste in clothes making, by the way. But I never work in a machine. I don't know how to, I mean, I can figure out how to use it. I don't think it's going to be hard to do such a thing. Do you prefer men or women? Well, that is a harder question if my name is Muhammad, because Muhammad, he prefer men, obviously. Are you asking me or asking Muhammad? I can give you a reference about Dahya al-Kalbi. What do you think about Indonesian Abdul fashion? I don't know much about Indonesian fashion. Anyway, all kind of fashion is garbage. Just wear, normal clothing, and they keep repeating the same thing. Like what was 30 years ago, they make it this year. Next year, the same. Don't run your fingers through the needles. No, no, don't worry. I'm a very handy person. I can learn so easy. Can you do show on Israel in the Quran? We always talk about it. What is my favorite animal? Muhammad. Answer, my boy. Hey, my friend, obviously you are a gay. Guys, did he call me my boy? This guy is a gay, like, and is a Muslim. Muslims, they are the same as their prophet. What about, if you want, I can open Skype, you call me, and I will show you a reference that your prophet was a boy, and men, they used to do him. Black men, literally. Do you accept the challenge? And I will make you read it. I will show you black men, they are naked, riding your prophet all night long. This is ultimate fart, huh? Do you know the song All Night Long? I know only this part, all night. I don't know what the name of the song. All night long. Black men, naked men, riding the Prophet Muhammad all night long. And their penises dropping on the top of his neck. I don't know how big they are. I mean, to be honest with you, the hadith doesn't say the size, but it says they are tall. And they are totally naked and they are so black. And the hadith mentioned that the Prophet was suffering badly from pain because they rode him all day long. Why you stop typing? What happened to you? You don't want to read the reference? Huh? The second you start talking about their prophet, they go mute now. They play dead. Do you see how to silence a Muslim? He tried to offend you. Never, don't insert him talking about him. Wipe the floor with his prophet, with a clear evidence. He will go mute. He's playing dead. Move your tail. Come on, boy. Potato. No, Muhammad, he said he never received Quran except in the clothes of Aisha. What that will make Muhammad? The Abdul was insulting me. Answer. Did your prophet says I never received Quran except in the clothes of Aisha? The man who wear women clothes. What he is? Transgender. Transgender. Right? By the way, that was fashion at that time. Like why Prophet Muhammad was wearing his wife's clothes? Fashion. It was fashion at that time. At that time, it was a fashion, The Prophet wearing women's clothes because it's fashion. You think about it in a negative way, but the fact it was just a fashion, And because the Prophet proved that the Prophet he was very pretty, as Muslims they say, You remember the story of the guy who look at the moon, look at the prophet, look at the moon, look at the prophet. I mean, the guy is almost having orgasm, and then he come to a conclusion the prophet is more sexy than the moon, which is true. I mean, how in the world the moon can be more pretty than the prophet? No way. Is that true, Muslims? The guy he ran away. Oh boy, I think I hurt his feeling. I hate myself. I don't know why I hurt people feeling. Do you think if I get married, my wife, she will get, her feeling will be hurt all the time? I think so. And maybe this is why she will marry me. You never know, because people, they have different idea of what they like, you know. And I get the solution actually. If you are a Muslim, you marry me. I speak about Muhammad every day. If you like to be heard, I hurt your feeling. You will be happy, satisfied. Bingo. Every day you join the chat, you are my wife. You join the chat, your name is Abdullah, you know, my wife Abdullah, and you join the chat and I make fun of Muhammad, your feeling get hurt, you will be happy all your life. What do you think? Because if I speak about Muhammad, a Christian woman, she will not, her feeling will not be hurt. I don't know how I can do that. I need to be sure that I'm making her happy by hurting her feeling. All right. Anything else? We have no Abduls today. This one, you know, they stopped by mistake, actually. No homework? You're being dirty now, huh? But, you know, okay. Give us the hadith number. What hadith? About the black people riding Muhammad? Is that what you want? Okay. People should have it. Maybe somebody can post it for you. If not, I can find it. All right. Well, I will give you the link. I will post it in Rumble and YouTube. It's in Arabic. You have to use Google Translation. All right. This is one of them. About the black men. They were riding Muhammad all night long. All night long. I know. I wish I can have interview with those guys, you know. That will be the really the historic one. They can tell me what how they felt. Was Muhammad good to ride? Was his back comfortable? Did their butt hurt from riding him all night long? Was he easy? Like to, I mean, when they ride him, they were like he was. They take him like a horse somewhere. Go there, come here. Right? The Christian reject me, my dear. See, the Muslim, he called me my dear boy. My friend, don't worry about the Christians, but if you know where the Prophet is located right now, we are questioning how the black men, as you see in the hadith here, they were riding your Prophet. Do you see it? Christian like me, don't like me, who care? I care that if my God like me or not. But your Prophet is a homo. And the story in front of you, they are naked, and they are black, and they are tall, and their penis are huge. They were riding your Prophet. But what say you? Do you have answer? Huh? Or you are like your Prophet who dress Aisha clothes to receive Quran? Christians lose every debate. Well, that's true. That's why when the Christian they came to your Prophet, I can show you the reference. They waited 3 days and Muhammad didn't dare to debate them. And then he said to them, okay. Bring your wives, I bring my wives. Bring your children, I bring my children. And let us curse the one who is lying. Even your potato prophet did not dare to debate us. And look how stupid your prophet is. He said to them, bring your wives, I bring my wives. But those are monks. They don't have wives. Bring your children, I bring my children. But they don't have a children, and he don't have a children. This is how donkey your prophet is. Because the one who made this verse, obviously, is not him. Is that true? Even your prophet. There's a story about an Arab guy. He argued with the story of Muhammad about the bird. Muhammad told them, that the hudhud, the bird, the hudhud, he can find water under the ground. All right, Muhammad told him that. And this is a story is mentioned in the Quran about the hudhud, which is the huppu, I think they call it huppu. He went to find the woman, she is sitting on her throne, and you know the story in the Quran. So an Arab guy, he said to Ibn Abbas, the cousin of Muhammad, well, listen, if the hudhud can see the water under the ground, then how come a boy who put some seed on a trap and he covered it by some dirt, and we can capture the bird? Ibn Abbas went so upset, and he started cursing the guy. May Allah make you blind. May Allah destroy you. May Allah, etc. The guy said, okay. And then Ibn Abbas, he said, I was afraid if I don't answer him, people will say that this man, he win the argument against Ibn Abbas. So now supposedly he answered him, he refuted him by cursing him. But he could not answer how the bird can see under the ground the water, but he cannot see that under the dirt there's a trap, and the boy, little boy, he trapped him with it. He got him busted. Muhammad fiction stories. Any Abdul? Nobody? All right, I think we have enough for today. Don't you have enough? For those who they are, if you are Lebanese, you can download the video, you can make it short, and you post this video for the Christians. I hate to see Christians saying the Israeli enemy. I know you are being hypocrite, you are practicing taqiyya, but this is not who we are. We are people of the truth, and the Israeli are not our enemy. The Israeli are not the one who occupy our land. They are not the one who took our churches. They are not the one who kidnapped our women. They are not the one who forced us to pay jizya. They are the only legitimate neighbors we have in the Middle East, who they own the land. They went back to their land. They did not take it from anybody. And every single word in the Bible proved that. So if you are a Christian and you are truthful, you should be witnessing for your truth. And the truth is that this is the land of the Jews. And the Jews are not our enemy, unless they decide to be. But then you have to show it to me. Why? How? If you want to say to me they don't accept Jesus, you are mistaken. A lot of Jews accepted Jesus already. In fact, the majority of the Jews are already Christians. If you say to me in Israel, no problem. Still, there's many Israeli who they are Jews become Christians. At the same time, even if they don't, even if not a single one of them is a Christian, this is their land still. The one who is not hurting you, what Jesus says? Jesus even says, love your enemy. And they are not our enemy. The Muslim took your lands. The Muslim occupied. The Muslim kidnapped your woman. The Muslims are attacking you. The Muslims, Hezbollah, this filthy Hezbollah, is the biggest evil Satan destroying Lebanon. Lebanon used to be a rich, wealthy country, beautiful country, and then those trash garbage of Hezbollah, they start coming from Iran, coming from Iraq, coming from everywhere, destroy the land, destroy the country, and all what they want is destruction and war. And not to forget, your country Lebanon become a drug dealer's farm. Hezbollah is the biggest producer of drugs in the Middle East, not Israel. So I hope that we Christians in the Middle East, we will never use such a term, and we will know who is really our enemy and who is really our friend. Me, myself, I stand and support Israel, and I know that the victory of Israel is my victory, and the demolish of Hezbollah is a victory for every Christian, no matter where he lives, in Lebanon or in China. For all of them, they have one dream: to demolish you, to destroy you, and to take over your land. The Muslim, they have a dream to take over China, Rome, South America, the whole world. So if you think you are far away, you are mistakenly thinking. So we pray for the victory of Israel, and obviously they are victorious. Hezbollah is collapsing, and they are in the run. And that's why they are kissing the ass of everybody asking for a ceasefire. And as usual, after each time Israel beat the hell of them, they will claim victory because they are idiot. But we don't mind. You celebrate victory, and we are the real victorious. They have the celebration, but we gain the land, and we gain the victory, and we do what we needed to do, and we kick their butt. They shoot a rocket at Israel, and when they shoot it at Arab towns, not even at the Israeli. Most of the rocket, they fall down on the Arab. Do you know why? Because they are coward. They knew that the rocket will send on an area which is not the Arab, is very well protected, way more protected than Arab town, because the Israeli never thought that Hezbollah, I mean, those guys, they claim that they are fighting for the sake of those Muslims. Why you want to shoot rocket at the Muslims? But Hezbollah, because they are filthy idiot, in order to be in the news, like today we killed somebody, they shoot rocket at the Jewish territory or Jewish area, and then nobody get killed mostly. But if they shoot rocket at the Arab territory or Arab towns, mostly the rocket will hit, because the Israeli never put defense around them. Because why Hezbollah will shoot at the Arab Muslims? Aren't they claiming they are defending Muslims and Palestinians? Israeli, they want to defend their country. Hezbollah want to make a score. So they shoot a rocket at an Arab town. A woman, she died. They announce in Lebanon, Allahu Akbar, today we killed an Israeli. But they will not tell them that this Israeli is a Muslim. It's just to say in the news, we were able to do something today. This is how coward they are. This is how filthy they are. And as the Lord, He says, from their fruits you shall know them. Thank you very much for being here. I will not keep this video for long. If you want to download it, it's up to you. But usually such a video talking about main topic, I don't keep it for long. I might delete it soon. So if you like to download it, feel free. God bless you all. And until we see you, I wish I can stay longer, but as you see, my voice is became a fashion for a voice. Fashion, you know, because when the voice become weird and you know the thing, people will think it's fashion. Anything is weird and stupid is a fashion, you know. So if I'm feeling sleepy now, so if I start saying like quack, 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 you know, I don't know what I'm saying, people will think it's fashion. So I better not to go in the fashion mood. And I better finish here. Otherwise, I will sound like Joe Biden, who God knows what he's saying. You know the thing. All right. God is good. So is Jesus. I'm into that. See you soon. Bye-bye.